Good morning. I'm going to ask members to sit down. We have quorum. Good morning. My name is Councillor Alejandra Bravo, and I'm the chair of the Economic and Community Development Committee. We have quorum, and I'm now calling meeting 12 to order. Welcome, everyone, staff, deputants, and members of the committee. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. The meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council live. I just want to first acknowledge the land we're on and get us in a good place around how we're going to work together on reciprocity and good relationship today. The Economic and Community Development Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, Chippewas, Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. And of course, we want to acknowledge that we are all treaty peoples, including those who came here as settlers, as migrants, either in this generation or in generations past, and those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those forcefully brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. We pay tribute to those ancestors of African origin and descent and recommit to confronting anti-Black racism in this society. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Economic and Community Development Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? No. Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on March 28, 2024? Deputy Mayor Malik. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I understand that there are a number of new business items that need to be added to the agenda. No? Just one? Just one. Just one. Okay, we'll do it at the end of the rundown. Thank you. So just to start us off, we have a very busy agenda today with a real diversity of items reporting into this committee. I do want to comment, however, that for people that were expecting to see the interdepartmental protocol on encampments, that will now come in May. And this is for a very important reason. The work continues within the public service and also work with the Ombudsman's office to, with the feedback that was provided to Toronto Shelter Support and Services. And of course, this update to the interdepartmental protocol comes as a response to the Ombudsman's report. So this is a good piece of work that continues. On that note, we will now proceed to the rundown of the agenda. EC 12 point, sorry.
You want to go to the annotated agenda?
Where's that? Thank you. I'm looking at the wrong agenda. I should have been doing my homework instead of talking to everyone. So we're going to EC 12.1, Framework to Advance Inclusive Economic Development in Toronto. I have a motion to defer this item, and I've spoken to members of committee. The motion is to defer this item to the July 4th meeting of the Economic and Community Development Committee, and you will see it on the screen. That means that if anyone is here to depute, we will be considering this agenda item in July, should this motion be adopted. Are there any questions about the motion from members? No. Are there any speakers on this? No. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? That's carried. EC 12.2, Downsview Community Development Plan, that's held for presentation and speakers. EC 12.3, Economic Development and Culture EDC grants, 2022 and 2023 allocations. Are there any holds for that item? No, seeing none. Can I have a mover? I'll move that. Oh, Councillor Moise will move that item. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. EC 12.4, 2024 Local Arts Service Organizations LASO grant allocation. Would anyone like to hold that item? No. So I will move that item. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. EC 12.5. An intention to designate the Cedarbrae Markham Lawrence Village Business Improvement Area. Would anyone like to hold that item? No. Would anyone like to move
Sorry,
it?
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, it's Councillor Ainsley online.
Hello,
Could I just
Councillor
speak?
Ainsley.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to briefly speak to this, like 10 seconds.
Go ahead, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. With the committee's indulgence, this is the first BI that's been organized and is about to be passed in my ward. I just wanted to thank Alicia Vianga and all of the members of the steering committee for all of their tremendous work that they've done in the Cedarbrae, Markham, Lawrence area, engaging businesses and residents. And, they've done an amazing job. And I'm looking forward to having this business improvement area in my ward and their continued engagement and support of our business community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Are all in favor of staff recommendations on the item? Opposed? That's carried. EC 12.6, review of City of Toronto's Canada Day events. Would anyone like to hold that item? Held by Councillor Fletcher. EC 12.7, response to EX 6.23 and related directives, graphic image delivery and display of temporary signs with graphic or disturbing images. That's held for speakers. EC 12.8, clarification on municipal licensing and standards, poster enforcement policies and bylaws, rules governing affixing and removing of posters. A supplementary report was provided from the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards, and that is available to all members. Are you trying to say something?
Yeah,
I'm just going to move the supplementary report.
the supplementary is just to receive information.
Yeah. I'd like to move the supplementary report and receive this item for information. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. EC 12.9, Night Economy Manifesto, that's held for speakers. EC 12.10, urgent action on the auto theft crisis. I have a motion. That the Economic and Community Development Committee defer consideration of the item indefinitely. Are there any questions? Any other speakers? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? That's carried. EC 12.11, French services at municipal museums. Would anyone like to hold that item? I would love to move that item as a chair of that committee. All in favor of the recommendations? Opposed? That's carried. EC 12.2, Toronto Francophone Affairs Advisory Committee, request for presentation from the French Language Services Commissioner. I just wanted to say on this one that this is a request to clarify municipal and provincial responsibilities in relation to providing French language services in the City of Toronto. I'd like to move the recommendations. All in favor?
Sorry, I have one question on.
Okay, we'll hold that. Thank you. And a new item to add to the agenda, EC 12.13, multi-method study on shelter safety. First we have to add it as new business, and then it will be held for presentations should it be added. All those in favor of adding the item? Opposed? That's carried, and that's held for speakers. All right. Let us go then to our first item is the Downsview Community Development Plan. We're going to start with the presentation, and I'd like to welcome staff and ask you that you introduce yourselves. Welcome.
Thank you. So good morning, Chair Bravo and committee members. My name is Denise Andrea Campbell. I'm the Executive Director of Social Development Division. I'm here with my colleague, Pat Tobin, the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture, and Project Manager in SDFA, Sundis Balata. Thank you for the opportunity for Pat and I to do a very brief overview of the community development plan for Downsview. This is work that represents a unique example of cross-divisional collaboration between social development, economic development, and city planning to create outcomes-driven community engagement and partnership with the private sector and community to redevelop the Downsview with a focus on equity and sustainability. As such, staff are here recommending to you today that this committee, as well as council, adopt the community development plan and the implementation roadmap. So on the screen in front of you, you're looking at the runway strip where Bombardier previously built and flew their planes. As you know, Bombardier has vacated this land and moved their operations to Pearson Airport, unlocking this land for redevelopment. Before I turn it over to Pat, I just want to say that we're here in large part because of community leadership, advocacy, and vision, and that has created the foundations for the work that's in front of you today.
Thanks, Denise. Hello, folks. I'm Pat Tobin. I'm the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture. And thank you, through the chair, to have the opportunity to update you on Downsview. This is a significant land opportunity triggered by an update to the 2011 Downsview Secondary Plan, which set out the long-term vision for a complete community centered on transit investment, job creation, parks, open spaces, and community services and facilities that meet the needs of existing and future residents and workers of the area. Downsview currently has substantial transit infrastructure, 3 existing subway stations, a GO station, all of which combine to offer excellent access and a great start for enhancing a mobility network. This precinct play for the City of Toronto is a generational and transformative opportunity to plan a new and complete community within the city, really the size of a large town, and to reconnect the Downsview lands with surrounding neighborhoods. As part of the Update Downsview study, the secondary plan, urban design guidelines, zoning bylaw for meanwhile uses, and the master environment servicing plan will be going to Planning and Housing Committee later next week. And today we're going to talk about the 5th deliverable, which is a community development plan, which, as Denise said, is a significant collaboration between city planning, social development, finance administration, and economic development culture, which will meet up with the other deliverables at the May meeting of City Council. Moving to the next slide, you're all familiar with the former Downsview federal site indicated here on the map. The Downsview secondary plan comprises 540 hectares or 1,300 acres of land. At the end of the 30-plus year build-out for this site, we anticipate a population of 115,000 people with 63,000 residential units and upwards of 50,000 jobs for the area. The Downsview secondary plan area comprises the area bordered by Kiel. It's south of Shepherd West, west of Wilson Heights Boulevard, and north of the 401. Downsview is not an island, and as the community consultations to date have made a real effort to do, is bounded by a series of diverse and unique communities, and is considered very much a sister community to Jane and Finch, which has provided a useful reference point in the development of the community development plan here for Downsview, working off precedent in Jane and Finch. And we'll talk about those principles as they relate to the Downsview Community Development Plan a little bit later. With respect to a community development plan, this is a plan that works in close partnership with the secondary plan in order to leverage the high growth and enhanced land use that is unlocked by the city planning efforts. CDP's community development plans engage a variety of stakeholders, and we've benefited greatly from the efforts of Canada Land Corporation, Northcrest Development, city staff, in a series of public consultations that have gone on now for many years. We've then convened policy conversations among city divisions and agencies to overlay key city priorities around anti-Black racism, reconciliation, active living, complete communities, and look at how we might inform the development of a community development plan. The plan is linked to the secondary plan in terms of the neighborhoods that are going to be developed here undergoing high growth, and ensuring that equity concerns are addressed in upfront planning so that investments as advocated for by the local community are defined and layered in over the 30-year build process for this precinct, seeking to achieve goals in equity, climate resilience, and thriving communities. So the CDP in that fashion is able to go beyond the city powers under the Ontario Planning Act and is able to name specific communities, cultural communities, and devise concrete actions that address those needs. It also has the capacity to identify opportunities that may not have otherwise been considered in a typical planning process, such as creating opportunities for affordable commercial space and deeply affordable housing. It is primarily a collaboration tool, as Denise noted, beyond the three divisions represented here in city planning, SDFA and EDC. There is a range of city divisions and agencies that have been working on this process and will follow through the implementation of the community development plan in close consultation with property owners, other orders of government, and communities located in the area. Finally, a community development plan is a funding tool that identifies available resources for investments, such as development charges, community benefit charges, and relays those through to tenancy initiatives, procurement initiatives that exist in the private sector among our partners, and pulls in other related city partners such as the United Way or private foundations to contribute to the community building exercise. I'll pass back to Denise.
Thanks, Pat. So at the outset of this presentation, I noted that local leadership is fundamental to this work. The Downsview Community Development Plan was informed by a community engagement process that included two specific streams: Indigenous communities, including First Nations rights holders, as well as Black and equity-deserving groups. Through community meetings, open houses, surveys, deep dialogues, focus groups, Indigenous sharing meetings, and regular touch points with each local community resource group, about 2,200 people and groups participated in the development of the community development plan for Downsview. The Downsview Community Development Plan is guided by three core principles. The first principle is that the CDP will prioritize reconciliation commitments as core to the redevelopment. The second principle is that the CDP will prioritize confronting anti-Black racism. As Pat noted, Jane and Finch is a sister community, and by focusing on Black communities, we're working to ensure anti-displacement, that those that are currently living in Jane and Finch grow in place, and that Black communities can see themselves living and working in Downsview. The Downsview redevelopment can happen in a number of ways: but the CDP is highlighting that we're committing to building communities that are welcoming to Indigenous and Black communities and to live, work, and play there. The third principle of the Community Development Plan is broad ownership, meaning that it takes many groups to make the CDP successful and that no one owns the CDP. Accountability, however, is enshrined through the action plan with clear commitments outlined and agreed to by specific groups, with the caveat that more partnerships will be identified throughout the implementation timeframe. In April 2023, we presented 7 priorities of the Community Development Plan to Planning and Housing Committee. You can see the 7 up there: access to housing, access to health and affordable food, arts, heritage, and education, access to recreation and community spaces, access to employment opportunities, and establishing an inclusive economy, and community safety and well-being. We added an 8th priority, environment and climate, in response to collaborative work with Indigenous communities. So finally, the CDP action plan is divided into short, medium, and long-term actions based on their anticipated start date of the actions. Upon receiving approval from Council, an important part of year 1 actioning will be to establish the structures that are critical to support implementation of the Community Development Plan. In addition to the internal structures needed to support ongoing integration and collaboration among the many city divisions and agencies that Pat noted, together with private sector, we will also build a community partnership structure to support ongoing community engagement and local leadership in the implementation, which will be built out in an engagement and communication strategy. Will be built out in an engagement and communication strategy. We will build a results-based monitoring and evaluation system so that we're tracking and reporting on impacts and sharing with community on a regular basis, and a community impact table to support the coordination of investments. At the bottom of your screen, it's a little blurred there, but hopefully you can see that the refresh schedule for the CDP. So while I talked about ongoing regular reporting commitments throughout this process, the CDP will go through a comprehensive update every 5 years to ensure that the priorities and actions are still relevant to local communities and evolve with the community as it undergoes changes. This refresh will require significant engagement and partnership and be brought to Economic Community and Development Committee and Council for approval. This will occur twice in each phase of the 30-year build-out as identified in the phasing of the secondary plan. The 2 documents continue to be linked together for the entire journey. And finally, development applications are required to respond to the Community Development Plan. So city councilors will have the opportunity through the planning approvals process at community councils to be updated on the status of the community development actions as they relate to particular development applications. Communities can also use those formal processes as well throughout the lifespan. As we conclude, I just want to acknowledge that there's been a significant amount of staff between the 3 divisions and others that have helped to bring the community plan in front of you. And again, thanks to local community partners and community leadership.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We are going to go next to speakers, and then we'll take questions of staff. The first speaker is Aitakin Mohammadi from North Crest. I'm going to start reading the next name, so you get ready. The next person will be Mark Tenalia, and then after that, Rina Tadei. And I'm going to be tight on time just because we have so many speakers and we don't want to lose quorum at committee today. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Let me start by thanking the committee, you, Chair, in particular, for inviting me to appear here today. My name is Aitakan Mohammadi, and I'm here on behalf of Northcrest Developments to provide my strong support for the city-led Downsview Area Secondary Plan and its accompanying Community Development Plan, which is only the second of its kind ever presented to City Council. I am also here as a longtime resident of North York, an alumnus of York University, and a local advocate for Downsview for most of my adult life. The framework plan we've submitted represents our determination to build Downsview's rich history and unique character by unlocking the potential of the airport lands. Our vision is anchored in the idea of complete communities, with a series of vibrant new neighborhoods connected with 100 new acres of parks, paths, and open spaces, a place that attracts new employers, boosting this existing small business community, and creating thousands of new jobs and local prosperity. New shops, schools, amenities, and more, all built up gradually, thoughtfully, in a way that minimizes disruption and maximizes benefits. We've tried hard to get this plan right and to go about it the right way, which is where the CDP comes in. Beginning nearly 4 years ago, Northcrest launched one of the most extensive outreach processes of its sort ever undertaken in Toronto, on top of and in addition to the city's own consultations. We held town halls and community gatherings. We met with local residents, small businesses, BIAs, artists, and stakeholders. We talked with seniors groups, held sessions dedicated to disability inclusion. We sought out local youth, conducted focus groups with Indigenous peoples, including elders, with women, with two-spirited peoples, and we held multiple sharing meetings with the urban Indigenous population of Toronto, the Black community, and many other equity-deserving groups and those with lived experiences. In total, we connected with more than 300 organizations and more than 6,000 individuals. We didn't just listen, we responded. That can be seen in the emphasis on workforce development and social procurement, in affordable commercial spaces, employment in growth industries, and the overarching commitment to a more inclusive economy that better shares prosperity across the entire community. For years, this kind of emphasis on inclusionary growth, shared economic benefits, and meaningful community outreach was regarded as an afterthought, as something developers had to do, but not what they wanted to do. We take a different approach. We see all of this as central to our efforts and critical to success. It's the right way to do things, and it's also the smart way. I want to thank city staff, Councillor Pasternak, the local community, and the thousands who participated in this process. Thank you, Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you for your time. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Mark Tenali is next. After that, Rena Today, who's online, and followed by Paul Jonathan Seguel. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Dear members of the Economic and Development Committee, as Executive Director of the Oaks Revitalization Association, I'm writing to express our organization's strong support for the Downsview Area Secondary Plan, proposed by the City of Toronto staff and the supporting Community Development Plan. Having been involved in the community consultation process from the outset, and also having been seen firsthand Northcrest's commitment to working with equity diversity groups, I am proud to give our enthusiastic endorsement. In our work at the Oaks Revitalization Association, we are committed to fostering equitable employment and mentoring opportunities, particularly among skilled trades. By focusing on career pathways rather than temporary employment, we ensure that our participants can build lasting financial security and stability. The Downsview Area Secondary Plan stands to significantly amplify our impact, particularly benefiting those historically marginalized in our city's northwest. I've had the privilege of working closely with Northcrest in their efforts to date, and I can affirm their genuine dedication to viewing this project as an avenue of prosperity, a positive impact. Participating in their inaugural Workforce Development Forum underscores Northcrest's proactive stance in embracing the responsibilities inherent in an endeavor like this. The presence of numerous local organizers and employers at this meeting amplifies Northcrest's commitment to fostering meaningful and long-term workforce development programs that benefit all members of our community, especially those who live in historically underrepresented in the workforce. Furthermore, as longstanding member of the Community Resource Group, I have witnessed firsthand how they earnestly engage with our organization's mission and incorporate our distinctive viewpoints into their planning process. At the Oaks Revitalization Association, we have seen firsthand the transformative power of equitable workforce opportunities on individuals and communities alike. By providing access to training, mentorship, and job placement services, particularly within the construction sector, we've empowered people to break free from economic struggles and pave their way to lasting success. Equitable workforce opportunities not only provide individuals with means to support themselves and their families, but also to contribute to overall economic vitality and social cohesion of our neighborhoods. However, this mission requires dedicated partners who share our vision of creating a more inclusive and equitable society. Prioritizing job creation for residents, including those from marginalized and underrepresented groups, is paramount to ensure the development benefits everyone equally. By embedding equity and inclusion into the fabric of the Downsview area's secondary plan, community benefits plan, we can ensure the benefits of developments are shared equitably among all members of the community. We eagerly anticipate the implementation of the voluntary community benefits plan, which will serve as a driving force in providing economic inclusivity and securing lasting advantages for the people of Toronto, whom we proudly serve. By prioritizing equitable workforce opportunities as a core component of the secondary plan, we affirm our commitment to fostering inclusive growth and equitable development in our city. I urge the Economic and Development Committee to recognize the critical importance of approval as it lays the groundwork for future marked by shared prosperity and opportunities for all members of our community. Thank you for consideration.
Let's try again. That's better. Welcome, Rena, today, who is online, I believe. Not right now. Oh, you're in person. I thought you were video conference. Thanks. And then I will ask Paul, Jonathan Seguil, and David Anselmi to prepare. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Dear members of the Economic and Development Committee, my name is Rena today. I'm expressing my enthusiastic support for the planned redevelopment of Downsview and urging committee members to please lend this important initiative your full support. As a longtime community advocate, I have taken active interest in projects, initiatives, and plans that might affect the neighborhood in and around Downsview. For years, I have tried to use my voice to support forward-thinking endeavors that will bring additional economic activity and benefits to the area, while also showing respect for existing area residents, offering them an opportunity to not just discuss, but to shape important future plans. Simply said, I believe the proposal for Downsview is the right plan at the right time, and it's been developed in the right way. For years, I have fought for projects that will transform the Downsview airport lands into a destination for industry, investment, and innovation. Their plan excites me with the possibility of unlocking all of these benefits. I am particularly energized by their emphasis on placemaking and growing the existing engineering and high-tech presence into a truly thriving innovation hub. This will draw jobs and growth to the neighborhood and generate untold forward momentum. As someone who has spent years working at Air Canada, I am also gratified to see Downsview's aviation legacy will be renewed and revitalized with this emphasis on aerospace innovation and applications. Given my long history as a community advocate, I have also been consistently pleased by the way in which Northcrest and Canada Lands Company have gone about sharing and shaping the plans with local residents, groups, and stakeholders. I attended my first community outreach session nearly 3 years ago. The creation of their Ideate initiative to invite and actually employ local input was a model others should imitate. I have also taken part in their community resources group and found its work to be both serious and significant. The results are clear. Changes have been made to their plans and for the better, based on the feedback sought from the local residents. That is not something that can always be honestly said for initiatives of this scale. For so many years, the potential of Downsview, economically and culturally, has been overlooked by planners and decision makers. Amenities that should be long established here are lacking, and opportunities that could have been seized have been allowed to pass unachieved. This neighborhood can be and should be a destination for visitors, for businesses, for homeowners, and for employers. Where else can we find such easy access to transit and to green spaces? Where else can we create new housing and build on such a rich arts and culture tradition? So often, our focus on the downtown core draws attention and effort away from other areas of the city. Downsview is an unrealized gem, a potential engine for all of Toronto. For all of these reasons, and many others, I wish to communicate my strong support for the plans before you. And I ask that committee members do everything to expedite this exciting set of possibilities for the area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for joining us today. Paul Jonathan Seguil is online next, and followed by David Anselmi and then Ryan Noble. Jonathan Seguil, welcome to committee.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the indulgence in allowing me to participate remotely there in person, but I'm at a work function in Washington, D.C. I know some of the councilors on this committee in other capacities, and again, I just want to say thank you, but also just reaffirm I'm appearing in my personal capacity and nonpartisan capacity, not in any of my other hats, but all of those other involvements in city building in the life of the community are part of the lens with which I bring, this deputation and recommendation that I had for this incredible plan. I've been a civic leader with long-standing ties to the Downsview community, and I care deeply about Downsview and Northfield generally because it's a terrific place to live and work. I grew up in the area, and I still continue to maintain close ties with friends and family who live in the community. As many of you know, I'm a Filipino Canadian and proud member of the Filipino diaspora here in Toronto, and I know that many community members will be incredibly impacted by this plan and the thoughtfulness with which the organizers have put it together. I've been aware of these development proposals for a couple of years, and last year I was asked to, and then I was delighted to participate in a more active way by joining the community resource group, which I believe is referenced in some of the materials that has been provided to you about this local community. I wanted to be better informed about the critical details regarding the potential developments, and also to be in a position to influence its shape and content. As I averted to, some of you know me, my professional and volunteer commitments throughout my career have been focused on advancing equity, inclusion, and diversity. I'm a lawyer. I'm a board member for a number of not-for-profit organizations, including serving as the chair of the City of Toronto agency that's dedicated to supporting the health, happiness, and full participation of our city's 2S LGBTQ+ communities. I'm also the vice chair of the Wellesley Institute, which focuses on urban health and the social determinants of health. And I firmly believe that our communities work best when we treat everyone fairly so each person can achieve their potential. And one of the things that really excites me about this is it is unprecedented in my experience. I've done a lot of community advocacy, community consultation work in many of my various roles. And it's the incredibly inclusive, welcoming nature of the plan, but also the process that the organizers, the planners have taken to put it together. It's a big project, incredibly so, and it's a big vision for a city like ours. But they've shown a willingness and genuine excitement for embracing our community's desire for housing diversity, for engaging directly with residents to determine priorities. And they have shown themselves to be present in community and have cultivated great partnerships like the Community Resource Group. And as Rena and others have averted to, Downsview residents, including my friends and family, we've heard a lot of promises before about renewing or reimagining this community, but this proposal is so different because of the vision and the perspective that the planners have put together. And as I said, this plan is very different from any others that I've seen. And I certainly wouldn't be advocating for something that I thought would be a bad idea for Downsview or Northrop. So the reason I'm here is just to give my full throated support for this roadmap to make an incredible part of the city even more incredible and even more vibrant. And I know that there's lots of other good materials in front of you. I encourage you to read them in close detail. But thank you for the time, and I really hope that all the councilors on this committee, but also the full city council, provide us full support for this community development plan. Thank you.
I just want to note that the sound level is quite bad. I'm not sure if it's the deputant, something here, but I couldn't hear, basically I couldn't hear anything, so.
Yes, I think Councillor Fletcher's indicated that there's some challenges with sound quality on WebEx, but
So in person is always best because we can hear you, but deputants online should know it's very hard to hear. Thanks.
thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you.
I have no questions.
Okay, thank you for your time. The next deputant is David Anselmi, followed by Ryan Noble, Zachary Abdullah, and then Hassan Mohammed. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, and Madam Chair, members of Economic Community Development Committee. Thanks very much. And importantly, thanks for the opportunity to speak to you all this morning about this very important file for all of us. My name is David Anselmi. I'm the Regional Director of Real Estate for the Canada Lands Company. We're one of 2 principal collaborators in the development of the Downsview Secondary Plan, along with, of course, our 3rd collaborator, the City of Toronto. This has been a unique and truly rewarding process that we believe has brought about an excellent plan to move a generational change in Downsview, starting with the extensive public consultation that Aitakan has already outlined. I'm here this morning on behalf of Canada Lands Company in full support of the Downsview Secondary Plan and its accompanying reports, including, importantly, the Downsview Community Development Plan. Canada Lands Company is an arm's-length federal crown corporation with responsibility for the planning and development of its Downsview lands at about 500 acres. Along with our subsidiary, Park Downsview Park, we have a long-term commitment to the Downsview community dating back 20 years, when Downsview Park was first created as a federally managed urban park. Since then, we've planned and developed some of the surrounding neighborhoods, complete with affordable housing, commercial and institutional activity, parks and open spaces, and connections to Downsview Park itself, along with offering its annual slate of programs and events to the community. As key proponents of the Downsview Secondary Plan, we are poised to make further contributions to the city through the development of a series of complete communities while supporting local economic development in the northwest of Toronto. As part of this commitment, CLC will deliver 4.5 million square feet of non-residential space on its Downsview lands and some 12 million square feet together with our neighbors and partners at Northcrest Developments. Collectively, our lands will be responsible for over 37,000 new permanent jobs. Many of these jobs will be located in repurposed buildings, such as the award-winning Downsview campus for Centennial College, where we've been building on the site's aviation history, where students are gaining advanced aerospace training for jobs of today and tomorrow. Canada Lands Company will improve and transform the massive depot building in its Downsview West District, an existing facility that has been home to film and TV studios, a public market, and a range of entrepreneurial initiatives and startups for the past 20 years. In addition to new jobs and commercial opportunities supported by this plan, CLC will be delivering over 22,000 new homes on its lands, with 20% as affordable housing. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Councillor Pasternak for his leadership, and importantly, to applaud the hard work and the dedication of the city staff who have ultimately brought this plan forward. Canada Lands Company has been committed to this area for the past 2 decades. We're excited to see this comprehensive plan for these lands, full of vision and innovation, unlocked by the approval of the secondary plan and its complementary Downsview Community Development Plan. We look forward to our ongoing collaboration in implementing on various district plans and partnering in the delivery of much-needed social infrastructure through the Community Development Plan with the city in the years and decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for being here. The next deputant is Ryan Noble, followed by Zachariah Abdullah. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good morning. It's great to be here with you all. My name is Ryan Noble. I'm the Executive Director of the North York Harvest Food Bank. We're the primary distributor of emergency food assistance throughout much of the northern half of the city. We have served the Downsview community for almost 40 years and participated in various forums and consultations to inform the plans that are put forward to you today, and I'm here to express my strong support of the Downsview Community Development and Action Plans. We're particularly encouraged to see that access to healthy and affordable food, including the support of food banks, access to affordable and appropriate long-term spaces for not-for-profit organizations, access to employment opportunities, and establishing an inclusive economy have all been prioritized. We also desire to be part of the implementation of these plans, and to that end have been in discussions with Northcrest Developments for several months now to relocate our main distribution center and to establish a community hub as part of the redevelopment of the Hangar District. Along with other key nonprofit partners, we believe that this hub will provide the capacity to distribute food to up to 1 million individuals in the GTA and beyond, and generate up to 500 well-paying jobs each and every year. As you are undoubtedly aware, the City of Toronto is currently facing a crisis of affordability, food insecurity, and poverty. In the last year, North York Harvest served over 300,000 individuals through our network of 38 different agencies and food programs. This is a record level in the existence of our organization. It represents a 92% increase since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic and a 25% increase in the last year alone. Almost 76,000 of these visits were in and around the Downsview neighborhood. This is a level of food insecurity that it should shock us all and is simply unsustainable. We know that we must do things differently, both as an organization and as a city. To that end, we have long championed a holistic approach to supporting individuals who are struggling with poverty, alongside community-level strategies that foster our local economy and generate wealth in neighborhoods that have been historically marginalized. As an example of this, in addition to our charitable emergency work, we have built important partnerships in social enterprise and workforce development. We operate foodreach.ca, a purchasing portal that is taken advantage of by over 200 nonprofits ranging from Hamilton to Markham, allowing us to pool our collective purchasing power and lower food procurement costs, particularly important in this time of high food inflation. Over the last year, this enterprise alone has retained over $2 million in purchasing in our local economy, rather than being diverted to for-profit organizations outside of our local community. We've converted our distribution center into a workforce development and training center so that individuals who come to our food banks who are looking for employment in the warehouse and logistics sector, one of the last remaining sectors in the GTA that is both growing and typically does not require post-secondary education, can have pathways into these careers. We've finalized many partnerships with employment partners in the private sector so that the graduates of our programs are offered full-time employment at living wages with health, dental, and other benefits. These programs are tested and proven interventions that support people's immediate needs while producing long-term solutions to food insecurity at both individual and community levels. But they are at significant risk. An underappreciated challenge faced by nonprofit organizations in this city is the lack of affordable space for our programming. Simply put, the real estate costs in this city are driving more people to food banks while driving food banks to curtail or close their services altogether. North York Harvest is feeling this challenge acutely as the lease on our current warehouse will expire in the middle of 2026. If we are unable to secure a suitable replacement, we simply will be unable to continue our operations. It is with these challenges in mind that we express our strong support for the Downsview Community Development and Action Plans. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build upon proven programs and partnerships with an innovative, purpose-built community asset at the onset of a major community revitalization. We urge this committee and all of City Council to endorse these plans so that we can continue our discussions with Northcrest Developments to bring this vision to fruition and address the priorities outlined in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you. Seeing none, we will go next to Zachary Abdullah. Online. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can folks hear me clearly?
Yes, you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Awesome. So dear members of the Economic and Development Committee, I speak to you today as board chair of the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. And I'm speaking to you to express my unwavering support for the Downsview area secondary plan proposed by the City of Toronto staff. The community benefits proposed in the plan being considered by you have the potential not only to make a significant and long-term and lasting impact on the quality of life and access opportunity to Northwest Torontonians, but I believe Northcrest is the right community partner to see this plan through. And I have the privilege of speaking in front of all of you online today, members of the Economic Development Committee, as a son of Northwest Toronto. And in my role as board chair of the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, I want to clearly outline that Toronto's Somali community has made significant contributions to Toronto's social and economic fabric, especially in the city's northwest. And the Downsview secondary plan offers a crucial opportunity to not only address inequalities that have been disproportionately impacting Black communities in Northwest Toronto, but it's also an opportunity to create a more equitable landscape at a time where communities need it most, as you heard from Ryan Noble. The SCCR, the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, not only plays a critical role in meeting the diverse needs of Toronto's Black communities, but we're hoping to serve as a hub for the diverse needs of all residents in Northwest Toronto, with the adage of doing our best to preserve the cultural heritage of the Somali community. We can't do this alone. And that's why this plan has us so excited today. We need help, but we need the right partner as well. And Northcrest is that right partner. And that's why I am particularly pleased over the last 2 years of intentional and kind and thoughtful engagement from Northcrest about the community development plan's focus on prioritizing opportunities for historically underserved communities. Not only does this plan make a significant stride that cannot be reversed in terms of moving towards inclusivity, something our city wants to do better and has shown the ability to do well. But it also wants to emphasize collaborative projects in terms of private, public, and government partnerships. And Northcrest has shown the capacity to do that already. Northcrest partnered with the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation to showcase Toronto's first ever Somali Cultural Night through Nuit Blanche with Pat Tobin's Economic Development and Culture team in September of 2023, where we engaged more than 20,000 Torontonians. And many made the joke that that showcase saved the night. That night would have not have happened without the committed and thoughtful approach by Northcrest as a partner, but also their commitment to ensuring that all communities in this city have the chance to showcase their culture and preserve it. In terms of Northcrest's advocacy for social procurement, particularly in promoting diversity within the arts, I just gave you an example. It is tremendously commendable. Beyond that, We really hope that the demonstrated support through our Nuit Blanche showcase speaks to how the broader Black community, including the Somali community, will continue to be supported by this community development plan. I thank you for your time, consideration, dedication to this community development plan and its plan to serve the needs of the Black communities across Northwest Toronto. But I really urge you to carefully consider the approval of Downsview secondary plan, recognizing how much potential it has to enrich and empower a community that just wants communities, that just want the opportunity to get the right type of support to empower themselves and the generations to follow. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Community Economic Development Committee, for the opportunity to speak in front of you all today.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, we'll move on to the last two deputants, Hassan Mahmoud, and then followed by Jonathan Ukwabe. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Dear Chair and members of the Economic and Community Development Committee and Toronto City Council, my name is Hassan Mahmoud, and I'm here to represent the Toronto Community Benefits Network, who is submitting this letter today in full support of the Downsview Community Development Plan in 8 priority areas. The TCBN, a 120-member citywide community labor coalition located within the Downsview surrounding area in North York, has led an extensive engagement process through consultations with over 1,500 local community members, stakeholders, and member organizations over the past 2 years. Engagement activities included community outreach, petitions, participating and hosting events in the community, and a neighborhood tour in collaboration with Northcrest Developments. We would like to recognize the ongoing support and active leadership from local City Councilor James Pasternak, who has attended the numerous TCBN events and community engagement activities, expressing strong support for our vision in Downsview as a thriving, inclusive, diverse, affordable, and environmentally sustainable neighborhood for decades to come. As a Black-led local organization, we would also like to recognize the deep community engagement with local residents and stakeholders, Indigenous and Black communities led by intervisional City of Toronto staff members from community development, social development, finance and administration, economic development, and city planning during the secondary plan process, and by Canada Lands Company and Northcrest through the IDA Downsview engagement process. Specifically, we would like to highlight the commitment and leadership by Northcrest Developments to be the first private sector developer to participate in the City of Toronto's voluntary approach to establishing community benefits plans under the Community Benefits Framework, a commitment which was announced by Northcrest Developments at the GTHA Summit on October 28th of 2023. The summit was an event hosted by the Toronto CBN, Peel CBN, and Hamilton CBN that brought together over 200 residents, community and labor members, organizations, government and political representatives, and employers from across the GTHA at Toronto City Hall. TCBN has long advocated for the equitable approaches and planning tools to support inclusive economies and sustainable development as part of large infrastructure and land use developments in communities across Toronto, and proudly supported the motion to start this work back in 2022. As a Black-led organization and local community stakeholder, we look forward to the continued engagement, participation, and collaboration in the next phase of the community development plan, specifically as it relates to implementation of action plan priorities, governance, and establishing baseline targets and measurements for monitoring, tracking, and reporting of outcomes. TCBN is in full support of the proposed community development plan and 8 action areas. We would also like to recognize the support from local Councilor James Pasternak, the Chair of Economic and Community Development Committee, Alejandro Bravo, and the city staff in helping to develop this innovative and interdivisional approach to equitable city building. We hope such an approach sets the standard for future secondary plans, official plans, and economic development plans for Toronto. In closing, through our CBA for Downsview campaign, steered by the Downsview Community Benefits Committee, which included local residents and member organizations from community labor, TCBN has identified a number of key themes and priorities for inclusive local economies, equitable, sustainable development actions, and that are reflected in each phase of the land use planning process and as a part of the formalized agreements to deliver on community benefits targets. The following priority areas are good jobs and inclusive economies, social procurement, neighborhood improvement, environmental sustainability, as well as accountability and transparency through community oversight. Now, we've also set targets and expectations for each of these priority areas, and I would encourage for those who are interested to take a look at the online copy of our letter for more information on all those pieces. Thank you for your time, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here, and I will just add for members of committee that there's a letter that's been submitted that you can review. The final deputant is Jonathan Okwabe. Hi. Welcome to committee.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Hello. Good morning, Council. It's a pleasure to speak in front of you all today, members of the Economic and Community Development Committee. My name is Jonathan Okwabe. I'm the Executive Director at NUNAPFA and Vice Chair at the African Canadian Affordable Housing Group. Now I'm sitting in here today for my partner, Kizito Musabimiano, who couldn't make it here today. But we wanted to take this opportunity today to express our unwavering support for the Downsview community redevelopment here with Northcrest. The core of our work has been centered around developing comprehensive approaches to community development through recreational sports, professional development, social networking, and as of recently extending our foray into community development towards helping to address Canada's housing crisis. Our engagement with Northcrest has shown us the power in collaborative approaches to community development to empower, uplift, and support marginalized groups through this development process. At the African Canadian Affordable Housing Group, a consortium of African Canadian serving agencies came together to develop a comprehensive affordable housing model for our community members, which for the past few decades have centered around this Downsview area and have been an integral part within the fabric of the existing Downsview and surrounding areas. When we first got notice of the Downsview redevelopment plan, we were quite elated at the opportunity to see the area revitalized, but we could not have been prepared to see the level of engagement that Northcrest was actually interested in taking on with community members, gathering feedback, and holding a number of sessions to really get an understanding of how they could bake our participation within the actual long-term master plan of this redevelopment. We see a number of opportunities to improve the lives of thousands of people through social procurement, employment, access to critical infrastructure in a key location within the city, and Northcrest's overall interest in cooperating with nonprofit agencies. So I'd like to keep it quite short for today and just really provide our unwavering support to Northcrest and the Canada Lands Corporation on this development, and we're excited to see it move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, we will go to questions of staff. Visiting councilors, Councillor Sachs.
My question is quick, I hope. The report identifies environment and climate as one of the priorities for the development, but the actual items that are listed are just about parks and biodiversity, nothing about the major factors that determine the environmental and climate impact of a community, including buildings, transportation, the width of the roads, how they're connected, how people will get around, whether they're going to be net zero buildings. So where are we going to see serious environmental commitments set out for this development?
Hi, Councillor. Through the chair, I'm Sarah Phipps. I'm the project director for Update Downsview. The community development plan is one of the deliverables that we're bringing forward as part of the overall Update Downsview project. The other deliverables include a secondary plan, urban design guidelines, a master environmental servicing plan, and a zoning bylaw. Those are all going through Planning and Housing Committee on May 9th. And so you'll see that in the secondary plan, we have a lot of the things that you're talking about. We talk about mode shift, we talk about a focus on transit, on active mobility, we talk about a decentralized stormwater system, and we have a whole section on environment and infrastructure. In fact, one of the goals, we have 2 goals of the secondary plan, and one of the goals is climate resilience and sustainability. So it really has framed all of the work that we've done in all of these different deliverables. What you're seeing here today is just one of the elements that we're bringing forward, and they relate to the community development items. A lot of what you're talking about now, you'll see in the secondary plan.
All right. The City of Edmonton has led the way in Canada, to the best of my knowledge, with a environmentally responsible redevelopment of their airport in Blatchford. Is ours going to be at least as good?
Through the chair, I believe so, Councillor. I think we've done a really great job working with the community and working with the property owners to bring forward a plan that it will absolutely be a leader in climate resilience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? I have a couple. One has to do with the deputants. The Toronto Community Benefits Network has submitted a letter saying that they're interested in and looking forward to continued engagement, participation, and collaboration. While reporting happens every 5 years, this is a very multi-sector, multi-division plan. Are there preliminary views or ideas about how the piece of the ongoing engagement, participation, and collaboration would look like?
Thank you for the question, Chair Bravo. I would say that, as I noted earlier in the presentation, this plan, community engagement, is critical to both the development of the plan and the ongoing implementation and monitoring. So there are a few things that will happen. The community partnership structure will be a key thing to develop and to ongoingly have as a community engagement structure for implementation. We're going to be doing regular reporting as we develop the results-based monitoring and evaluation system. And like many plans, there's an opportunity ongoing to tweak and add additional items and actions. It's a living document. However, every 5 years, that's where there's an opportunity to open up the entire CDP and do a comprehensive relook and refresh. So there will be ongoing opportunities for community partnership, engagement, and reporting and monitoring.
Thank you. And so you're also saying that as elements and deliverables are developed, there will also be touch points. Thank you for that. My second and final question is around the voluntary participation in community benefits to realize local economic development objectives that in this case, the developer North Chris has volunteered, stepped forward to say they embrace. Can just a quick comment, please, on what is the potential for this and how important is this this partnership between development industry, workforce, labor, and community organizations?
So I would certainly say that the whole of the Downsview Community Development Planning process is to push boundaries to get closer to the aspirations that communities have as part of a large-scale redevelopment. And so to have North Crest participate as a leader in a voluntary CBA, community benefits plan, I think is one of those groundbreaking pieces that will allow for the city and our partners, especially in community, to achieve many of the actions that are part of the CBA. I would also say that it becomes a way for us to talk about and to inspire other private landlord owners, private land owners to be able to do this in other communities as we pursue the community development plan process for other developments. And we were talking about that this morning with the head of Northcrest, and I think they're looking forward to those opportunities to inspire other private landowners as well.
And I guess I lied, one more. And so the actual achievable specifics are yet to come, is that correct?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. My name is Sundar Spalata. I'm a project manager leading the community development plan for Downsview. We've linked the community development plan to the planning process. So through development applications, we expect that property owners submit their community benefits plans as it relates to that specific district. We'll have 15 districts that will go through as part of the Downsview secondary plan area, and so that's where we're looking for that information.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? We'll move now to speakers. I believe.
Sorry, Councillor Moyes.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Moyes. Questions of staff.
Yeah, just one question, really. I read the report, and one of the things, the bullet points listed was access to housing, and affordable housing. But does that include TCHC? Does that include perhaps, what do you call it? Yeah, what type of housing are we talking about here?
Thank you for the question. So the emphasis there is around rent geared to income and affordable housing, not specifically TCH.
Is that okay? Is there co-op housing in there as well? Maybe, like, again, just for some clarification, or is that still being worked out or worked through?
So I think there's an opportunity here to explore all forms of housing, but we will certainly work with community to clarify that as we proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Robinson, is that to speak or questions of staff? I believe you're unmuting yourself. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm putting forward a motion for Councillor Pasternak. It's EC 12.2. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today because he's celebrating with his family on Passover. So here goes. City Council requests the Executive Director, Social Director, Finance and Administration, in consultation with the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, and the General Manager, Economic Development and Culture, to continue to work with all property owners and stakeholders in the secondary plan area to include community benefit plans as part of their district plan submissions to be approved by the North York Community Council. So I just want to congratulate everyone, Councillor Pasternak firstly, and then of course our city staff who've worked on this and all the community partners. It's some good news. So I'll leave it there and see if anybody has other points.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? No. Any other speakers? Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the deputants and for the presentation highlighting the really important aspects of this plan that we're moving forward. But I do want to take a moment just to say congratulations to everyone who has been involved in making this happen. I want to give a big congratulations to the Toronto Community Benefits Network, to the advocates and activists who have been working on this so consistently over the last many years. I know there's a number of city divisions and departments that have been involved in this, including the Community Benefits Team and Create TO, as has been recognized here, the leadership of the local councillor, Councillor Pasternak, Northcrest Developments, the Canada Lands Company, and most importantly, the local community that has come together around the development and progress of this plan, highlighted through the Community Resource Group, which includes residents, not-for-profits, First Nations rights holders, Indigenous peoples, businesses, and business interest associations, and many, many more. I especially want to lift up that this is the first private sector development to participate in the city's voluntary approach to establishing community benefits plans under the community benefits framework. And I can't emphasize enough what an important milestone that is, thanks to the collective efforts of everyone who I've mentioned. And this is an exciting moment, an exciting progress that shows how we can make sure that development in our city benefits equity-deserving workers, their families, communities, while building what we need to make our city remarkable, a place where we can imagine a future, housing, great community infrastructure. And I hope that this can inspire other developers to take the initiative and to be in conversation and alongside community in building this city. And as a city, I hope that we are taking keen interest and looking closely at the lessons learned from this first implementation and taking a moment to reflect on how we can be creative and expansive and persistent and determined in our work together on what community benefits can look like at every opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other speakers? Councillor Moyes.
Councillor Moyes. Thank you. I think Deputy Malik really captured what it is I want to say, but I just want to say thank you to staff for this very hard work and for really looking at this using the equity lens, which I think is so incredibly important. As you know, in my Water Toronto Centre, Regent Park went through something similar and still going through it for the last 10 plus years. And so I'm really happy to hear that when the deputies came to present to us here today, deputed to us today, that they actually expressed their involvement in the whole process, and they also put their standpoint as well. So I'm really happy to hear that, because reading and listening to staff's presentation, and again, points aligned with the deputants, it really shows that they were collaborating together. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to supporting the recommendations and the motions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I won't repeat the many congratulations of my colleagues who've said beautifully what I think really matters here, which is that these are community-driven visions with partnerships, deep partnerships in the City of Toronto, and in this case with the willing developer. This is really the way forward. What's really amazing to lift up here is that we're connecting land use planning, and we're looking at it with a lens of social purpose. What kind of a city do we want? One where economic development lifts everyone up and not just some. But particularly to echo Councillor Moyes' comment, it has to be centered in equity as the best and most promising growth principle for having a city where we can all thrive and belong. And that means focusing on particular communities who have been specifically left out because of structural barriers. And this is wonderful. I also think the ambition is really something that we have to really contemplate at this time. We're talking about a project that could continue over 25, 30 years. That's a lot of jobs, a lot of opportunity. And throughout that process, what we've heard is there will be continual community engagement, participation, and collaboration, that the community partner structure is yet to be developed, that there will be monitoring and evaluation to really look at those results that are being committed to. And that's very important to community and to the workers that are going to be potentially benefiting from this process, that we think about setting the bar and then measuring our success. In terms of the voluntary participation in a community benefits plan of North Crest and setting the bar for other developers to step forward. And even if we don't have all of the existing tools in the planning process that require that developers really think about who will benefit and how to deeply enter into relationships with local communities and workers, this is really the way forward. And I hope that the example that's being set here will impact the entire development sector. To say, again, growth is the better principle, and it's a win-win-win here. Congratulations to community, congratulations to staff. This is a tremendous piece of work. As we build out these community development plans across the city, I think we're going to really put into practice a lot of the commitments that we've made to equity-deserving groups in the city. On Councillor Robinson's motion. I'm going to need the councillors online to turn on your camera for voting, please. On the amendment by Councillor Robinson, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. On the item as amended, all in favor? Opposed? And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. We will now go on to our next item, which is 12.6, and that was held by Councillor Fletcher. Sorry. And that is, I'll remind you. Yeah. So 12.6 is a review of the City of Toronto's Canada Day events, and Councillor Fletcher has questions of staff. So we're going to continue. I'm going to ask people in the room to just whisper so that we can continue. We have a very busy agenda. Councillor Fletcher on 12.6, review of City of Toronto Canada Day events, questions of staff.
Just a question about some of the long-standing Canada Day celebrations that have taken place in the city. And I know that there really haven't been any celebrations at Nathan Phillips Square outside, if I believe one attempted. Is that correct?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, that is correct, with two exceptions. In 2017 and 2023, the city has never programmed Canada Day at Nathan Phillips Square. Because
the Canada Day celebration for the city writ large is, I think it's considered at Ashbridges Bay with the fireworks, right?
Through the chair to you, the city offers 15 directly delivered events which are distributed throughout the city. Ashbridges Bay with its fireworks is the largest and is considered the marquee event, drawing people from across the city.
So when you say the city does that, are those directly organized through which divisions? Sometimes it's PF&R, sometimes it's CRAM. Can you just give me a little more flavor on that, please?
Sure. Through the chair to you, PF&R delivers in 4 city parks, major fireworks events. There are also 5 community partnership events that are delivered, planned for 24. EDC delivers a smaller number of events, principally located in historic city museums in the outer boroughs. And for the city as a whole, we seek federal funding to enable these events, and in 24, the federal government will provide about 18% of the total cost of city-led Canada Day events.
And you're calling the 5 community events, like let's say the one in York, that's a Kiwanis event, that's also got the grace of the city on it, right? It's a combined event.
Yeah, through the chair to you, Councillor, you're right. These are permitted in city parks.
Including the small EDC ones?
The small EDC ones are principally delivered at the historic city museums.
Okay, so I've got 9, so that must be 6 of them that are delivered in small museums, right?
Through the chair to you, that would be correct.
Okay.
Fort York, Colborne, Mackenzie House, Tomartin Mills, Spadina, et cetera.
And then the ones in the city civic squares, is there one in Albert Campbell Square, one in North York, one in York, one in Tobico? There's nothing in Nathan Phillips, as we've heard, but do the other civic squares have something of a celebratory nature?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, no, it is mixed. As you note, East York Civic Centre has hosted Canada Day activities, historically led by community.
Oh, sorry, it's not at the Civic Center. It's in the park.
Okay, okay. In Melasman Square in North York Civic Center, there had historically been an event that was originated pre-amalgamation, funding for which was cut from EDC's budget in 2018, and it has been only sporadically delivered thereafter. Nothing in Etobicoke and nothing in Albert Campbell Square.
And did the federal government cut their budget?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, yes, like a lot of programs, the federal government augmented the budget for Canada Day over the COVID period. It is now drawing that budget back, resulting in reductions for community organizations from their 23 amounts of federal funding to what they're receiving this year.
By what percentage? Do you happen to know?
Unfortunately, I don't have by what percentage that cut is.
Okay, and so when these are in parks, besides the permit, is there anything else that parks are, or that CREM is doing that the city could assist with because of the federal cut?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, the city is not in a position financially to be able to backfill the reductions in federal funding at some of these community organizations.
Oh, that's not my question. They're the costs that are related to the city side that we could waive in some way.
The last question.
Sure. The city works on a case-by-case basis with these organizations who receive permits to activate in city parks, and the city does provide frequently on a cost recovery basis services, but works with the community on its event design frequently to try to ensure that it's as cost-effective for the group as possible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff?
Councillor Moyes.
Yeah, Councillor Moyes. Go ahead.
Councillor Moyes. Thank you. So the total cost for this year's Canada Day celebrations is $436,000, $641. The Feds is providing $250,000 for this year's event. Historically, have we added funds to this? Because I'm seeing here ECDC is providing $186,641. Is that something that we've done historically for Canada events?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Moyes, distinction I need to make is that yes, while the city applied for a total of $350,000 in funding and received, as you note, $250,000, that is for a program that supports a variety of federal mandated holidays over the summer, to include, say, Jean-Baptiste Day, Multiculturalism Day, and National Indigenous Peoples Day in addition to Canada Day. So in fact, 130,000 of that 250 you cite is allocated to National Indigenous Peoples Day events at Fort York, which is a long-standing collaboration for the city and the Indigenous community. The EDC and PFNR have historically been funded on the order of 20 to 50% for their activities. It has varied depending on the fate of our applications to the federal government and the amount the federal government contributes to that given program.
And you mentioned some of these costs, recovery. Can you elaborate on that? By the smaller events across the city?
Sure. Through the chair to you, Councillor Moyes. Frequently, the city, in delivering Canada Day events, noting that it's principally a federal celebration, principally funded by the federal government through community organizations, we have tried to approach each of these events on a cost recovery standpoint, knowing that we never fully get there. That cost recovery has included applying for and receiving federal grants, as well as corporate sponsorships that have helped offset our cost of delivery. But as you say, the city does bear, in the form of the operational budgets of PF&R and EDC, costs associated with these events over and above what we can fundraise.
So my final question to you then is that, are we expanding Canada celebrations this year? Or is it status quo from last year?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Moyes, the city is not planning on expanding Canada Day events in 24 over 23.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff, speakers? We'll allow Councillor Fletcher one quick question, second round.
Today. Do you have any idea of the visitors at the museums that day, and which ones are very popular and which ones don't see a lot of attendance?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, unfortunately, I don't have that data on hand, but I can get that for you.
Okay, thank you. On the item. Okay, to speak, Councillor Fletcher.
I know that the federal government changing the funding has thrown a whole number of groups into a tailspin and wanting to deliver the Canada Days that they've always delivered. And East York Canada Day, as I said, has never been at the East York Civic Center. It's always been at Stan Wadlow Park, and it's for all of the borough of East York, which also includes Leaside and that section of Ward 15 that was the old borough of East York. So that's my, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't start at the beginning, but I'm just going to talk about that Canada Day in East York, and I think it's the oldest one in the whole city of Toronto. There is a parade. I'm not sure where else there's a Canada Day parade through East York over to Stan Wadlow Park. Does not take place at the Civic Center. I think that we need to make sure that our significant Canada Days, and this is, I know it's called Toronto and East York, but it should be called North York / East York because that borough got amalgamated into Ward 15. So when we're just looking at what East York used to do on its own, it had one Canada Day. Ashbridges Bay was considered the big, as Mr. Tobin said, the marquee event for the city, to make sure that everywhere in the old cities, amalgamated cities, that there's whatever has taken place there continues to take place. So I feel quite strongly about that and the culture of our cities. We still need to maintain those and nurture those. And people still call themselves North York, they call themselves Scarborough, they call themselves Etobicoke, and they call themselves East York. So I also am interested in, I don't know how long the museums have been open, whether or not there is a lot of traffic throughout all of them. I don't know about Todd Morden. I look forward to Mr. Tobin letting me know that. Or are some of them not necessary if we just carry those forward in order to have a place open for Canada Day, or have they been real hits on Canada Day with other types of activities that are taking place there? So I would also just hope that through the ones that are all in parks, and there are quite a few, that we're able to look at what the cost recovery of, and if some of those things are being permitted on a kind of, I'll call it for-profit basis, that be reviewed to, in order to reduce that down to what would be a city-run event. Thank you.
Little tech stuff happening here with the mic. Thank you. Any other speakers? So on the item, All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We will go on to EC 12.7, response to EX 6.23 and related directives, graphic image delivery and display of temporary signs with graphic or disturbing images. And there are speakers on this item. The first speaker is Kristen Ye. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Morning, Chair Bravo and committee members. My name is Kristen Ye, and I am a PhD candidate at the University of Toronto. I have personally encountered graphic imagery at U of T regularly over the past academic year, and it has left myself, my peers, my colleagues, and my supervisors feeling upset and disturbed. The presence of this imagery around U of T makes me fearful of my own campus, as I dread being confronted by the anti-abortion groups who deliver this material every single time I go to school. U of T security will not interfere, as the sidewalks surrounding U of T buildings are public property and thus are not officially deemed U of T grounds. Given my experiences with graphic imagery in Toronto, I was hopeful that these issues would be addressed by municipal legislation after the meeting of the Executive Committee in July of 2023. Unfortunately, after reading the report by Municipal Licensing and Standards, released on April 16th, 2024, I am feeling frustrated and discontented rather than optimistic. The conclusions of the report by Municipal Licensing and Standards are disappointing, and the reasons provided for its conclusions are entirely insufficient. In brief, the report states that the regulation of graphic imagery in Toronto is not feasible, as enforcement action would be challenging. These challenges are said to arise from the difficulty determining the criteria by which a sign is considered graphic or disturbing, and also suggestions that regulation may infringe upon an individual's freedom of expression under Section 2B of the Charter. Not only are these challenges insufficient to prevent regulatory action, they are also misinformed. First, several jurisdictions in Ontario and Alberta have clear definitions of graphic imagery in their bylaws, which the City of Toronto can refer to and borrow from. Additionally, Section 2B of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms does not protect any form of expression that is violent in form or in its content. The graphic imagery I have encountered at U of T, certainly without argument, is violent in its content. The report by Municipal Licensing and Standards places the burden of managing graphic imagery in Toronto onto constituents rather than on council. It provides residents with no resources to counter graphic imagery besides the Toronto Police Services, who enforce violations of the Trespass to Property Act and the Criminal Code. The report cites criminal code offenses such as hate propaganda and distribution of obscene materials in relation to graphic image delivery in Toronto. The association of these offenses with the issue should act in support of municipal regulation of graphic imagery rather than act as an excuse to abdicate responsibility to Toronto Police Services. I personally reached out to Municipal Licensing and Standards to express my dissatisfaction with the conclusions of their report. In response, I was told that the report does not cover the imagery that I encounter in the public right away, as the bylaws do not cover signs held by persons. I find this response confusing, as Calgary has adjusted their bylaws to cover signs held by persons within 150 meters of a school during certain hours of the day. Hamilton is also attempting to regulate graphic imagery that is carried, held, or displayed in public spaces. Clearly, the bylaws can be amended to cover signs held by persons. As such, I strongly encourage the Economic and Community Development Committee to disregard this report entirely. Instead, I recommend that the committee ask legal services to proceed with drafting a viewer discretion type bylaw for the graphic flyers, as well as a reworked Calgary type bylaw for the graphic signage, which would cover signs held by persons. Legal services would be able to provide sufficient advice and information on any potential legal risks that may arise from such regulation, which Municipal Licensing and Standards has failed to do. Before I conclude, I would like to reiterate that graphic imagery on the U of T campus has personally impacted me, but also disturbs my peers, my students, my colleagues, and my supervisors. I have had to change my route to school to avoid the areas where this imagery is often present. Some days I have had to skip lunch, as the groups who deliver graphic imagery typically inhabit spaces near food trucks or buildings where food and beverages are sold on campus. The imagery is strategically placed so that young people and students at U of T cannot exist in the vicinity of the school without becoming a captive audience. The goal of these anti-abortion groups is to enrage and upset the public with their graphic imagery in hopes of manipulating and misinforming individuals to support their cause. This behavior should not be tolerated or encouraged. Finally, I implore the Economic and Community Development Committee to disregard the report provided by Municipal Licensing and Standards, as it lacks vital information required to make an informed decision on regulation of graphic imagery in Toronto. I love this city, but I have no interest living in a municipality which accepts graphic anti-abortion imagery on its streets without regulation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you for coming today and speaking to us. I'm wondering what, if anything, as far as U of T, because it is university property, what steps the university might have taken or the Board of Governors regarding these graphic images on the campus.
It seems as though up until this point, they are entirely abdicating responsibility onto the police or the city because the pathways between buildings are not considered U of T grounds. So they say it's completely out of our hands. It's not our property. It's not officially our campus. So they're not willing to step in or try to do anything.
Sorry, whose property is it?
This is like sidewalks and spaces around U of T buildings, not necessarily inside of the buildings that would be considered official campus grounds, but places where students need to travel between buildings to go to classes, or if they need to go and get some food from either a food truck or another building, they will need to
On city sidewalks?
Yes.
But they're not on the campus itself?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. The next deputant is Nora Ahmadi Vosta Kale. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Nora, and I'm a U of T student and care worker who serves on the board of directors of both the Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada and SRHR Hubs, and as co-president of U of T Students for Choice. I spoke on this bylaw back in July 2023, and I'm deeply disappointed by the recommendations made by Municipal Licensing and Standards. They reiterate things already in place that we have seen do not work, such as mechanisms for individuals to prevent unsolicited delivery of flyers and requirements around number, size, physical dimensions, and location for signage, without consideration that these are applicable to signs mounted on private land and property. These recommendations not only place the responsibility of avoiding traumatizing imagery entirely on constituents who end up receiving flyers anyway, but also dismiss what the actual issue at hand is. To speak briefly on the emotional effects, I can't begin to explain how many peer support and peer counseling requests we get after incidents of graphic imagery on campus. We have seen time and time again that the groups who use this imagery are actively targeting youth in high foot traffic areas. Students in high schools, post-secondary institutions, and even elementary schools have talked about their encounters with graphic imagery. I've personally been told multiple times by both Toronto Police and U of T Campus Police that they can't and won't do anything about people feeling unsafe from this, as these people are within their legal right as it is displayed in the public right-of-way and there are no bylaws around it. In terms of legal considerations, if we are talking about charter rights, as the previous deputant stated, violence is explicitly not covered by charter rights. It's important to understand that displays of graphic anti-abortion imagery are in fact a form of gender-based violence, meant to deter pregnant people and those who can get pregnant and scare them out of accessing health services through false information, and I cannot express that enough. It is crucial to understand that these bylaws would restrict harmful disinformation about medical procedures and health services which disproportionately affect our community members experiencing marginalization in various ways. They are allowed to hold and express whatever opinions they have about abortion. We're all entitled to that right. But their right to disagree with and condemn abortion is not the issue at hand today. The issue is whether they have the right to spread disinformation about health services in our community, particularly to youth who may not know any better. And we can talk all day about the bylaw targeting this particular topic, but the fact remains that those displaying graphic signs are those who we know to be intentionally targeting our broader communities and youth with false information. With that in mind, consider Bill C-3. It was assented on December 17, 2021, to amend parts of the Criminal Code to include intimidation health services in Section 423.2. Intimidation can be interpreted widely, so to be clear, the section reads in part, quote, "Every person commits an offense who engages in any conduct with the intent to provoke a state of fear in a person in order to impede them from obtaining health services from a health professional, unquote. It may be argued that one is not guilty of this offense if they are doing so with the intention of obtaining or communicating information as written in subparagraph 4 of the section. However, if they know the information is false and therefore can be classified as disinformation, it may be plausible to say that it would not be applicable. The criminal code also states in section 372(1) that, quote, everyone commits an offense who, with intent to injure or alarm a person, conveys information that they know is false or causes such information to be conveyed by letter or by any means of telecommunication, unquote. The questions I get most about abortion as a care worker, especially from youth, are related to disinformation spread through graphic imagery and the groups who use it. With all that said, if these are applicable to our criminal code on health services more broadly through federal processes, then I believe these bylaws can and should be passed to further address the issue of graphic medical disinformation in our municipalities. We need bylaws that are addressing this directly and to be clear that property being public right-of-way is not an acceptable reason to enable preying on and manipulating vulnerable people about their reproductive autonomy. As I sit here and speak to you today, I do so not only as a board member, co-president, or care worker in the reproductive field. I am here mainly as a student and a youth who, like many others, is desperate to make sure that our city and our campuses feel a little bit safer when there's already so much that puts us at risk of harm. I not only encourage but urge you to dismiss the recommendations of municipal licensing and standards and take notes from other municipalities who are ahead of Toronto on this issue. I ask that you vote to have legal services draft up 2 separate bylaws for review, as one is about displayed signs in public, including those held by a person, while the other is about viewer discretion for flyers impeding on people's homes. Lastly, enabling conditions which allow for people to make truly informed reproductive decisions, no matter what they choose, is an act of promoting community care and community well-being, as well as community development. And we are counting on you to take action on this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for being here. We're going next to Katie Dean. Is Katie online?
Yeah.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So good morning, everybody. My name is Katie Dean, and I am the co-founder of the Viewer Discretion Legislation Coalition. We were founded in 2020 in response to very graphic images being delivered to private homes in London, Ontario. We specifically work to regulate how these images can be distributed or displayed, and we do this work across the country. In May of 2022, the City of London adopted the first ever graphic flyer bylaw, where it makes it an offense to distribute these traumatizing images uncovered. So please remember, the flyers can still be delivered, but it must be covered with an opaque envelope with a viewer discretion warning. We find this is a good balance to allow them to be delivered and at the same time allowing the homeowner the choice to view them. To date, 9 municipalities in Ontario and Alberta have passed the graphic flyer bylaw, and it has been proven to be effective. I'm speaking to you today with great disappointment that your staff came back after 8 months of waiting and an election before that with this response, and I quote, assessing what constitutes a graphic or disturbing image on a flyer or on a temporary sign such that it would be subject to enforcement action, would be challenging and would vary based on the person viewing the image. As such, staff do not feel it is feasible to recommend bylaw changes at this time. My question is this: have you held a public participation meeting with the constituents in Toronto to listen to just how harmful and upsetting they are? You've just listened to 2 people. I'm sure there are thousands more. I know there are thousands more. If not, then perhaps this should be your next step. I have no doubt a public participation meeting will show you all that the demonstrable harm these images carry. I encourage anyone who is worried about censorship and charter rights to please take it from an invaluable source, Nathaniel Veltman. During his trial for the murder of 4 Muslim Londoners, he acknowledged that as a young person, he was subjected to these images at a young age, taught that abortion is murder, and so he made it a goal to go to an abortion clinic to shoot the place up, okay? I mean, if that doesn't show you the harm that this can do, I don't know what does. These images clearly cause demonstrable harm. There's a video up on our Instagram page, the Viewer Discretion Legislation Coalition, where you can listen to Jonathan Van Maren from the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform, this man who began this campaign of victim photography across this country. In his Pro-Life Guys podcast, he's explaining how his little sister's friend found an abortion pamphlet in his car when he was driving her home from a birthday party. Mr. Van Maren says he was genuinely concerned and worried that the child saw the image. He also explains how he had always protected his little sister from the images. If that isn't hypocrisy, I don't know what is. He protects his little sister, who's a small child, from the images, but then supports delivering them to other children across this country. In closing, I want to remind you all that the Charter protects all of us, not just one group. The Charter supports nonviolent expressions of opinion and thought. These images are violent in content. In fact, Blaise Alain from the CCBR, and he's based out of Toronto there, he holds the signs, he delivers the pamphlets. He states in his letter to London City Council in 2020, and I quote, "We share visual evidence of violence that has occurred to appeal the public to stop the violence." I implore you to send this back to staff to create a bylaw to protect constituents or to schedule a public participation meeting. Listen to the public. It's time for action, not more deflection. Go back to Section 1 of the Charter. Freedom of expression is not without limits. Charter rights can be limited by law so long as those limits can be shown to be reasonable in a free and democratic society. Thank you for listening to me this morning. I really, I encourage any questions, and I just want to thank Nora for all the work she's doing in Toronto. She's an amazing advocate and a wonderful young woman. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, in this report, you've coupled the advocacy signs and graphic images. So I'm wondering if you'd be willing to separate those, because I'm going to move that motion to not try to kill two birds with one stone, but to actually have two important things looked at separately.
Thank you for the question and for sharing your motion earlier and the ask to separate them. And it's something that we will take away and separate those two issues.
Okay, thank you. And just as the deputants have pointed out, there are quite a few currently cities that have different pieces of legislation or different bylaws, and a number of them around signs, a number of them around delivery, locations, etc., and the notion of violent images being an important modifier of the types of images that are being shown. I'm not sure that this report currently captures that, and I'm hoping that your staff can augment that if I send that back, to be a little clearer on some of the things that are actually successful, since this issue has been around not since 2023, but since 2017.
So thank you for the question. And the word successful or effectiveness of these bylaws is something that is still too early to tell. While there are cities in Calgary and suburbs of Calgary, Okotoks and Airdrie, there's also St. Catharines, London, Ontario have them in place. St. Catharines is being challenged. London, for example, has fetus, which can be seen as a positive or a negative in how it's displayed. So agree that there are other municipalities that have bylaws. The effectiveness of them is still to be determined, but we are committed to looking at what other cities are doing, learning from them, and implementing best practices in what the City of Toronto does.
Would it be helpful to hear not just from, from legal of how effective they might be, but from the communities that have asked for this? Because I think you'd agree with me, it's not staff that are asking for this. This is deep requests from the community, from the women's movement, that abortion was legalized many years ago, and yet there's no other operation which has this kind of graphic images associated with it.
That's correct, and I understand and sympathize with the harm that these images cause in this particular area.
Yes, and okay, thank you. So that's my intent, Madam Chair, is to refer this back.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff to speak? Counselor Carroll, Counselor Fletcher, apologies.
Here, wish
You're
she was
sitting in
here.
I was
Easier.
looking at the sign, yeah.
In which case I would be at the Police Services Board and she'd be here. No.
Yeah.
I am just going to refer that back for those two reasons. I was kind of concerned to see that the advocacy signs somehow got lumped in with graphic images. Graphic images and the efforts to try to contain them and stop the harm that they do. And we've heard this morning about the harm that they do, the personal testimonies from two young women about the harm that they do. This issue has been around since 2017, and I know it's come up a number of times. And when something comes back that many times, there's been sitting around for 7 years, you know that we haven't quite got it right yet. That's what, from being here for a while, when this keeps poking its head, you know that there's still not satisfaction in how it's being addressed. To me, we need to go and we need to look at some of these that have been instituted, and I know that St. Catherine's might be, at the moment, they might be being challenged, but that's because they've taken a step and now they're being challenged, but they're being challenged, I believe, by one of the groups that would be aligned with the graphic images. So this is now going to a different place, and I think we should understand where all of those pieces are at, good or bad, how we're looking at signage compared to getting something in the mail. And obviously it's having a very big impact. I didn't know that these folks were at U of T on the sidewalks. I know they've been at Gerrard and Coxwell. I know they've been at Gerrard and Broadview. I know they've been on the Danforth. I know they've been to Riverdale Collegiate. And when they are, I get calls from people that say, oh my God, they're here. Now, sometimes community members go out and speak to these people and suggest that they move. And then the last time this came around, we understood that many of these young people that are there holding these images are actually being paid to do that because their parent organization gets a very large grant, and then they're able to pay young people to go and stand there and do that to you. This is a very personal issue for me because this is one of the ways that I started all of my activism in 1970 when abortion was not legal. And throughout the years, I've always supported that. One of my very dear family friends was one of the doctors who was shot and could no longer perform, one of 4 doctors in North America that was shot for performing abortions. So I'm pretty intransigent on finding a way forward here, that we do have to find some way rather than we can't. So let's find the way that we can open this up a bit and get to a place where all the, particularly anybody who's had to think about an abortion, had an abortion, it often is a difficult decision, aren't subjected to these images constantly throughout the city. So that's my referral motion, Madam Chair.
Any other speakers? I want to thank Councillor Fletcher for her motion. I think that the disaffiliation of the 2 different pieces creates good openings for reconsideration of the problem at hand. And I also want to thank all of the activists in Canada who have been making sure that access to safe abortion is universal, unrestricted, and that's a lot. We have a long way to go in this country. So, any other speakers on Councillor Fletcher's amendment? Sorry, on Councillor Fletcher's referral motion. All in favor? Opposed?
I didn't receive anything from you. Pardon? Did you send something? Yeah.
We're just going to hold this down while we and vote once we have the correct motion before us. It's okay. We'll just move ahead with the, and we'll come back to this item. So the next item 12.2, that's where we are now. We're just, is 12.9, a night economy manifesto. And we have speakers for that item. The first speaker is Harris Rosen. Harris Rosen, welcome to committee. You're up. And then the next speaker is Ingrid Boudet. And is she online?
Yes.
Okay, online.
Just sent it again. So EDC.
Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Is it not playing? Hello? Oh, no PCs. It's already up, yeah. It's not really working. Can you do that? Thanks. You have to help me set up on this. Oh, I'm back. I have to borrow this computer.
While we deal with the technical issues at 12.9, we're going to go back to 12.2, and we are going to consider, sorry, 12.7. We're going to consider Councillor Fletcher's motion, which, but we may not be able to display it.
Madam Speaker, Chair.
Yes, Councillor Moyes?
If you have some time, I'd like to add an item as well.
Unfortunate, okay, yes, I think we can, we're going to first consider EC 12.7, the motion for deferral, for referral, sorry, not for deferral, for referral from Councillor Fletcher is now being displayed. And it also has instructions. Yes. And would you like to speak to that? You already spoke.
I did already speak to it, but something happened in my email from here to there earlier.
Okay.
Now clerk has it.
So the motion decouples the matter of graphic images from placement of advocacy signs and requests an update the report to include a list of all cities that have passed bylaws related to graphic images and the content and status of their bylaws and those currently contemplating bylaws. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. All right, while we continue to sort out our technical issues here in the committee room, we're going to go to Councillor Moyes, who would like to move an item to be added to the agenda.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just find the item now. It is a new item, and I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Madlow. Is supporting small business operators in Little Jamaica. As you know, that community has gone through quite a revitalization, and a lot of the Black community businesses there have been impacted in a significant way. So this motion is to consider, next budget cycle to perhaps providing some support to the businesses there, the cultural district, soon to be cultural district.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes has moved that this item be added to the agenda. All in favor of adding? Opposed? That is carried. So we're still holding 12.9. Would it be possible for you to speak to committee without the, okay, then we're gonna go to the next debutant. On 12.9, the next debutant is Ingrid Boudet, who is online. Welcome to committee.
You hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
You have 5 minutes, thanks.
Okay, I'm just gonna share my screen, 2 seconds here. I'm gonna share this one. Okay. Can you see my screen? Looks like you can. Great, thank you, everyone. Talk about the Night Economy Manifesto. My name is Ingrid Boudet and I'm the founder of No More Noise Toronto. I founded this group over 1.5 years ago after I learned I'm not the only one who is experiencing significant health issues due to noise. I've heard many stories about amplified sound and how disruptive it is, but positive changes are coming with the zoning.
I'm just going to pause your time. It's too loud in the committee room. I'm going to ask that the volume be lowered. I've paused your time.
Thanks.
Okay, or your own volume might be too high. Please continue.
Okay, I'll turn my radio, my volume down here. But there is room for improvement. I believe that you guys are going to probably sign off on this nighttime manifesto, so I thought I'd take a look at the document. And it seems to be largely centered from the global nighttime community. They want to seek a safer, more resilient and sustainable nighttime. But there's no mention of sound in the document or noise or integrating with the people in the community from a philosophical level. So I think that is something that needs to be highlighted. In the document, they say the onus of applying the visions of this manifesto in practice is on dedicated leaders and their communities who need to work together and think critically about their local context and needs. Well, the local context advocates, which is the community, we would like better amplified sound reporting, enforcement and resolution, noise control plans, and all the items in noise control plan level 1 be required, which you can see on the right side of the screen. We want community consultations and mediation. We want advance notice of exemptions to liquor and noise bylaws and area sound level monitoring. The document also talks about representative shortcomings. And you can see on a table here who was included and who was left out. I really think you need to consider who was left out and make sure that their voices are part of what Toronto's night economy turns into. Especially those with disabilities, families, seniors, and people that are looking for maybe not not alcohol and loud music options at night. As you know, decibels are weighted differently. And low frequency sound goes through concrete, glass, can be felt in the body. Electronic music can really amp up this part of the spectrum, and you can see in the chart here where the start of human hearing is. And just as a reference, I was at the Danforth Music Hall on last Friday, and I recorded lots of music at 31.5 in the very low sub-bass ranges. Here's some visuals of that. On the left-hand side is this is music that's played normally, and then you hear the wall of sound that is the bass. And with the weightings, a dBA reading was maximum of 91.6. dBZ was 111. That is a 20 decibel difference. That's a big difference to think about. And I know we're measuring in dBA and dBC, but I wanted to put this out there. So the inspiration is that they hope that the ideas here inspire nighttime communities, and they want safer communities and more resilient and sustainable scenes. Well, there's a nice article from the Toronto Star about how some are working to make our nightlife worthy of a world-class city. El Macombo seems to be doing a variety of different services for people. So, and also Third Spaces. Spacing had a great article.
Sorry, Ingrid, I'm going to ask you to just lower your volume a bit. It's painfully loud in the committee room. I paused your time. Thanks.
I'm so sorry.
It's very funny that you're really loud, considering, I don't know how many decibels you are, but it's quite a few over what we normally have.
Well, you know, I am Toronto's noise lady, so hey, okay, let me, I've further reduced my, I'm gonna just, am I still paused? Let me just.
That's good, that's good. Please continue, I paused your time.
Okay, I'm almost done, so I will try and talk quietly. So it is possible to make a great nighttime economy in Toronto, but we need to bring operators and community groups together. We need better processes to report amplified sound. We need to create safe third spaces where people can connect and gather. And while we need to protect the night, we also need to protect our sleep and the night for the hosts of these scenes and events. And with that, I think I just needed to modify my screen here. Yes, we're done. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you.
Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, so we are waiting on the tech for the next deputation. How's that looking? Are you able to email your?
We don't post videos, but we can post a link to it if you send.
We can post a link to your video because we have to continue with our agenda.
Can we post a link for your video and then we can show it up here without, if you can send a link?
We might be able to do this. It's gotta be real loud because that's not even close to what it's like.
Maybe it's your computer.
No. It plays on the computer.
I suggest we, oh, that worked, finally. I suggest we go on to the item that Councillor Moyes has added to the agenda. If we can go to that.
I have these on my iPhone. How can I get them to you to play through the control box or something, or?
Do you have what is it, Lightning? I don't know if that's gonna work either, but we can try. Is it Lightning? This is USB-C?
Okay, we have now an item 14 on the agenda, and we're going to go to that item that Councillor Moyes moved on behalf of Councillor Matlow.
USB-C. This is Lightning.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. So we don't have Lightning.
Are there any questions about the item Are there any questions to staff on the new 12.4? I'll ask a question. Have staff reviewed the letter from Councillor Matlow and the motion?
To you, Councillor Bravo as chair, yes, staff in EDC and planning have reviewed the draft motion before its arrival here today.
Are there any other questions of staff on this item? Are there any other questions to staff? Speakers, Councillor Moyse.
Just have to, if you want to use this, we'll just have to use it that way, right? Yeah.
Great motion.
Councillor Moyse.
Like, 1 second. I cannot unmute. There you go. I could not unmute for some reason. I wasn't going to speak, but I just want to say that this is actually a really good motion, and thank you to Councillor Matlow for bringing it forward. As we all know, that the Little Jamaica community has really suffered greatly over the last 10 plus years. When I first arrived in Canada.
Can you move your motion first? Sorry, Councillor.
Oh, yes, I'm moving the motion. Thank you. And so I've seen, I mean, again, it's the first place I lived when I first moved to Canada, and I know the community well. And so it warms my heart to actually move this here today. I hope that we can at least try and preserve the bits and pieces that's left of that community. I know Councillor Matlow and other city staff are working hard to actually make some changes in that area, wanting to be a cultural hub, and also helping the existing businesses there best they can. So as we all know, the budget soon, and this motion actually will help start the process and making sure that we capture and support them best way we can financially. Those are my comments for now.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you wanted to speak?
No, I just want to say this is great. That's all.
Well, that's speaking, so.
Okay.
Anyone else to speak? I'll just add that thank you for bringing this useful motion. It's important, although not entirely or just maybe near Davenport. This is something that is very important to my community, and I think to the all of our work to advance inclusive economic development in the city. So on the motion by Councillor Moyse to adopt. All those in favor? We don't need to display it. Opposed? That carries. And now we'll go back to item 12.9, Night Economy Manifesto. Are we ready for the deputant? I'm good, sir.
All right, thanks. Okay.
Thank you. All kinds of help here, including the deputy city manager. And thank you for our tech staff, all the efforts that are being made with our equipment today. Okay. Yeah. I think we're going to just have to proceed because the committee work has to continue. So, sir, you have 5 minutes. If you started, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. So basically I have 3 videos of like sound at approximately 90 dB with my window open in my bedroom coming from the Velvet Underground. The city's come and measured sound there over 31 charges and nobody is doing anything. In fact, lately I've been told by a officer that I'm targeting the venue, which is very interesting. Then I was told last week or earlier last week that a phrase I said is cause for concern, and they don't want to come because I said a phrase that's cause for concern that involved a squirt gun that I brought to school with my son in a public elementary school when all the kids were out and the teachers and students and nobody said anything. But it's a cause for concern with sound enforcement. The same day this happened was the day that the officer told me I'm targeting the venue. So it's very difficult to sleep, to work, to do anything when I'm getting sound in my place with the window open at about 90 dBc, and the acoustics report says that with the window shut it would be 10 lower, which is about 80 dBc, let's say 75. So that's what's going on in my bedroom. And I love the nightlife plan. I see the kids on the street standing in my living room, they're happy and they love it and everything, but there's no accountability, there's no social accountability, and we are
Sir,
getting
I'm just
harmed.
pausing your time just to say, can you stay on topic? It's
This is the topic.
The item is.
And how is it the topic? Because this whole manifesto, the first line that the Night Economy Champion says, he's talking about flexibility and support for businesses. Is that flexibility and support? Is that considered flexibility and support? Is that the appropriate level of regulatory oversight to mitigate any potential community nuisance? I think not. And then I have another issue. So there's a story in the Star. What good are new noise bylaws if Toronto doesn't enforce the rules it already has? A regulation that can't be enforced isn't worth the paper it's printed on. As those meaningless regulations pile up, the municipal government starts to send a clear message to people that City Hall's rules don't matter. That's from the Toronto Star. So, can I show this, or will that be shown? Or? Technical difficulty day.
Wait 1 second.
Please continue.
So there's something identifying this bar that claims to be a bar as a club, pure advertising. I have another 53 pages to go along with that of club flyers and all that. I will gladly give this to the executive director for his records, no problem. 2 years for convictions. I've been waiting 29 months for this. I waited 29 months for this business to be taken to court for the trial. They were not ready to proceed. The trial remains unscheduled. My counselor continues to grant them 4 a.m. extensions. The music in our home is 30 to 50,000 times a day, 7 days a week. In July, the counselor objected to extensions. September, the counselor approved them. I sent a letter to Mr. Patrick Tobin, answered. He said I should, he spoke with the counselor, I should work through the counselor's office. Mr. Tobin said he spoke with MLS, who were ongoing with, they knew it was a problem. November 11th, January 7th, MLS laid extra charges, failure to comply, and noise 5-1. No change in behavior. AGCOs told me to contact the counselor, MLNS, prosecutions. I've sent 3 emails. I've been here, this is my 3rd time. We continue to suffer sleep deprivation. No response from my counselor's office. Absolutely zero. And people wonder why I'm irritated. People wonder why I'm angry. It's been 4 years, 7 days a week, 50,000 times like this. That's what the banks sound like, what I wanted to play. We need change. We need accountability. We need health equity. We need to know what is appropriate.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you for coming to committee today.
Thank you.
So speakers, I believe we have Councillor Ainsley visiting Councillor to speak.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, questions
Thank you,
of
Madam Chair.
staff. No, sorry, Counselor, with all of these changes, we have to go to questions of staff first.
No problem.
Do you have questions of staff, Counselor Ainsley?
So I wanted to ask Carlton Grant about the noise bylaw, and both deputants this morning have had some concerns about noise, and I hear that once in a while, both from residents and restaurant owners. And I'm just, if Carlton give a nutshell kind of explanation of what we're doing to enforce the bylaw and kind of within the realm of what was just passed around the night economy.
Council recently adopted a revised noise bylaw. It also, as part of the budget deliberations, included additional staff resources to assist with enforcing the nighttime economy and working with businesses and ensuring that noise is at an appropriate level that works with the community. So additional staff to assist on our noise team.
And for infractions, Carlton, is, you know, if your staff is at a bar, could you explain a bit about, so if they get a complaint about an establishment for noise, how many times would they go? And what's the kind of, how does that process work? And are they fined, or what happens in that process?
So thank you for the question. Our officers respond, while we're not immediate responders, if it's a consistent issue that's happening every Saturday night at 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, we would send our officers there at that time. They would record measurements, and then if it was a infraction of the bylaw, they would issue charges to those establishments. This team has laid a number of charges over the last few years related to noise, particularly to bars and nightclubs.
Okay. And then my other question to Pat Tobin. Pat, so the night economy manifesto that's before us today, this is like a worldwide document that's kind of being used by many night economy champions around the world. I know the first deputant had some concerns about it, and my understanding of this manifesto, and from people I've talked, other night economy champions, it's not something that's written in stone. It's something that can be amended, and the whole idea is that you make it fit to the municipality where it's been approved. Is that your understanding as well?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Ainsley. Yes, that's broadly our understanding. There are some 120 signatories from 55 different cities. It's an aspirational document, not binding in law, that expresses the combined will of the signatories to see a vibrant, sustainable nightlife that works for all.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Asma, can you ask a question?
Okay, Councillor, questions? We have some work to do on this. Questions from Deputy Mayor Malik.
Yeah, I'd just like to understand a little bit more about some of the context that was raised around the night economy manifesto from one of the deputants. Just talking about the, I guess, development process and the engagement that occurred. There was a bit of a chart about who was involved in this and who wasn't, and speak to how those considerations are something that we have looked at closely from the City of Toronto, and how that's, you know, informing our advancement of this manifesto.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Malik. With apologies, could I ask if you could repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Sure. So one of the deputants had raised some questions and concerns about the development of the night economy manifesto in terms of who participated in it, and, you know, some of the stakeholders that we as a city would have likely wanted to see involved in the development of something like this, and how that's been considered and informing our consideration of adopting this item.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Malik, thanks for your question. Yes, among the signatories to the document states that it is not all-encompassing, that in fact the signatories are drawn principally from advocates for more vibrant nightlife, but they recognize, it states explicitly in the document, that there are other perspectives, and they encourage anyone signing on to the document to seek out those other perspectives to ensure that there are nighttime economies in each of these cities that work for all.
We're not expressing our support. Could
Can you hear me? Yes. Do we have examples from other jurisdictions about how they might have approached that recommendation, adopted the manifesto, and then also ensured that there was kind of as inclusive a set of stakeholders to be able to inform it? And I think the point was that there is a shared commitment to a vibrant nightlife, but that doesn't look exactly the same way for everybody.
Yeah. Through the chair to you, Councillor Malik. We do not have a detailed understanding of its application in each of the 120 instances it's been signed. We are party to various networks that include some of the signatories, and through that there are exchanges city to city of best practice in both promoting a vibrant nightlife and mitigating, like noise, any of the effects that might impose upon other parts of the population. But thus far, this is an aspirational document that does not have a network underneath it, and there is no tracking systematically of how it is applied in each of the jurisdictions.
And because the city has gone through a considerable effort around developing an approach to the night economy, how do you see this fitting in alongside that work and that effort?
Chair to you, Deputy Mayor. There are many constituents, as some of our deputants just pointed out, to what would be a healthy, vibrant nighttime economy that works for all. And while No Noise Toronto is certainly a valuable voice in the conversation, this is yet another voice that is talking more about nightlife in the creative economy as it relates to large cities. So I think there is space for multiple perspectives in this conversation, and this is just but one of them.
And so how would this inform or be incorporated or sit alongside the efforts that have already been made around the night economy by the city?
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor. Largely, it would advance our relationships with the other signatory cities. This derives from the work of Amsterdam's original nighttime czar, who has gone on to create an organization called Vibe Lab that the city has contracted at points to assist it with the policy development and public consultation. So if anything, it would strengthen the relationships with other organizations who are signatories.
Is that your last question? Thank you. Questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher?
Yeah, there's this assumption that the night economy, when we're clarifying the rules to provide flexibility and support for businesses at night, while ensuring appropriate level of regulatory oversight to mitigate any potential community nuisance and public safety issues. I'm not sure that we're actually able to balance that very well right now. And I'm sorry that Mr. Grant is now, there's a deputant who's there with Mr. Grant. Chair, hello.
Sorry, sir.
That area is not for
Yeah,
the
we're going to
public,
start
yes
your
or
time
no?
again.
Thank you.
Just reminding members of the public to please not approach the staff while we're in the committee meeting. Go ahead.
That doesn't appear to me that we actually have that balance quite right yet. And when I'm hearing some of particularly this deputant with an extension constantly to 4 a.m., which I would think that sometimes there's this feeling that we have to support the 4 AM extensions. We have to agree to that for the night economy. I think you'd agree with me, the 4 AM extensions are in very particular parts of the city. Do you have a map of where those are?
I do not.
Can you make one?
We will endeavor to, yes, we'll.
You could tell us through a map. That, I don't want to be too many decibels here. You could show and say, here's where all of the 4 AM extensions are taking place in the city, because we are asked for that. I believe we're asked for that through clerks. Is that right?
So that's correct. It's through clerks, and the AGCO are the key players in this, and they would have that information. We could work with both of those groups
So
too.
you could work with clerks. We could see where that's all at. We could see where those pressures are on. We could see where people are expecting, because while we're not having made a formal commitment, this is kind of oozing through the cracks. And I think the public is saying, you can't do everything at once. You can't be building condos and then saying you can go all night right beside the condo. We don't have planning staff here to ask that question, but when we're thinking holistically about the city. So I really think that there's more to do here as far as understand exactly what the ground looks like now and what this would mean for that. And we didn't have that. We've been discussing this now. How long have we had this as an agenda item? Quite a few years.
Quite a few years.
And yet we don't have an understanding of where those current pressures are. Perhaps you'd have also information to give us, because I'm going to defer this item, you'd have information to give us that would show where people have asked for things and they can't have it, whether it's zoning permissions or staying open late permissions, but the zoning doesn't allow it. We could get a better picture around the city of what this looks like.
So thank you for the question. We will work with our colleagues in city planning on that part of it to layer it in with the mapping that you're requesting.
As well as looking at any request to the AGCO for an extension of some kind that's been denied because the zoning doesn't fit. I think that's one of the things that is trying to be sorted out here, is parts of the city don't have that zoning permission, so they're unable to go longer. Am I not right on that?
No, you are correct.
So I'd like to know exactly how many establishments we're talking about that are attempting to extend their hours and can't. And then I would like to know as well in that report what, if you can, because obviously I think this is a planning, there's many different divisions that are involved, clerks, planning, you, probably economic development. What's possible to give site-specific permissions, just as we give site-specific permissions for different things, even if the zoning isn't there? What would it take to give that establishment in North York that zoning permission to stay open if the councillor agreed? Because is the councillor agreeing is still an important piece of this, correct? We have to agree.
You have to agree on the exemption and the extension. So
we have to agree on the exemption, we have to agree on the extension, and there's a lot of pressure and not being wanted to, say, well, you're a fun killer, you don't give us all those hours. Do you think that's fair?
I recognize the challenges with it. It is a challenge for the councillor's office, and I've spoken with a number of them, that the amount of work involved in this is extensive.
Well, the amount of work without it, we just have a lot going on. But given the case from that deputant that we heard, would it not be some point MLS would have to say, rather than the councillor, there's all these charges, and until such a time, I forget how many there are. I don't know, how many were there, this location?
I believe he said 28 or 30, but
30 charges by MLS. What would it take for MLS to say, there's no more extensions here? You've got 30 charges. Why should it be up to the councillor after 30 charges to say no?
So I don't think there's a process for us to...
or to recommend.
Yeah, so
So that it's not, oh, I'm deciding one more time. but-
Councillor Fletcher, that's your time, but I'm going to
I'm
pick up
sorry,
on your
you'll
questions.
continue? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So to Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards, is it accurate to say that currently there is no process for your division to assert itself in relation to the 4 a.m. extensions, and that in fact it is the AGCO which has delegated that responsibility to clerk's office, and that the clerks then consults the local councillor, and the local councillor may consult others in making that decision, but that this is a challenge for your division and for other divisions in relation to how to create the kind of assurances that Councillor Fletcher has indicated?
thanks for the question. Your statement is accurate.
Okay. To economic development and culture, I think when I worked together, I wanted to ask you about the question of municipal significance in relation to the 4 a.m. extensions and the challenges that individual councillor offices face in making those determinations. Can you explain how municipal significance plays into the rationale for the 4 a.m. extensions?
Sure, through to you, Councilor Bravo's chair. A given property owner, business operator, seeking to have an extension beyond the hours determined by the province for their opening for their business licensing category, can cite that there is an event of municipal significance that provides a rationale for them to have extended hours. That could be something such as Nuit Blanche has been an example, an event that runs from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., providing that rationale. In other instances, it's been major sporting events involving, say, the Canadian national team held in another jurisdiction with different hours. So there are a variety of rationales that the operator can suggest, and then it's determined in consultation between clerks as the ultimate adjudicator, but with MLS and EDC, and frequently feedback on the given operator provided by the local police division that arrives at a determination of whether that should be a factor in any extension of hours.
Thank you. And then the night economy as a strategy is actually not just about entertainment venues. Is it also about all of the people, the workers that are out, cleaners, manufacturing, and that as we're building out a strategy, that it involves many elements that may or may not yet be in place? For example, one of them would be the availability of municipal licensing and standards staff during the night, transit availability for movement of workers and people who are out enjoying the nightlife. Would you say that we're in the process of building these pieces out?
To you as Chair, Councilor Bravo, yes. The tagline might be a nighttime economy that works for all. And the subsequent reports that we've taken through council have tried to bring a consideration to all the various actors in the nighttime economy to include the needs of residents in an increasingly residentially dense city, but also the creative industries, people who may be working shift work over the nighttime hour, concentrated in such areas as healthcare, as well as the particular needs that may be faced by specific groups. Women come to mind, for example, with safety considerations.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? I think to speakers now. I'm not sure if your motion is ready yet.
I think it's ready. Sorry. Defer. Yeah.
For Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. I am going to ask the committee to defer this because I think that this is always a very exciting topic, but what I have seen so far is basically those who have businesses at night come to the committee and say we want to be able to run them a long time. I've not seen anybody who's working all night come and say, this is what I need from the night economy. I haven't seen, and I'm not sure that are any of the unions that represent people, the hotel workers and many others that work all night. I haven't seen anybody from ATU here. I'm not sure what that looks like. I haven't seen anybody from EMS here. I haven't seen anybody from police. So this is, I think we need to round this out a little bit further in one way, and also look at some of the facts that I've asked for from Mr. Grant in another way. And I know that I'm very interested in seeing that map, like where are all of these extensions? Because the night economy, it pops in people's minds, well, everything's going to be running all night long. And some things do run all night long. We have the Blue Line, we have transit that you can take a bus during the night when the subway shuts down. But some of the businesses that are running late become very noisy. So what's that map? I'd also encourage you to add any zones of 311, overview of 311, overview of charges at different locations where you've been, where they have extensions. That's information that we actually need. I don't think that's the night economy that we want. We don't want a night economy that's keeping people up all night. We don't want a night economy with a business model that is about being loud. That's what we keep hearing about the night economy. So let's look and see some
Councillor Fletcher, I'm just going to pause your time. I need a motion to extend the meeting to finish this item.
Yeah. Okay.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Opposed? That's carried.
Can you start my clock again, please?
Yes, please continue.
So I think we need to round this out a little bit more along the lines of things that our chair's saying, and then some of these just statistics and information and what some people think the night economy is: staying open, being loud, partying. At the same time as next door, you've got the condo going in, you've got many things going in. I'll just give you an example of the waterfront, which used to be, before any of the residential went there, you could kind of do whatever you want in the waterfront. And now the residential's there, there's this impact between the entertainment uses and the residential uses that we always have to take into condition. So I'm looking for that map, I'm looking for the 311, I'm looking for the, well, I'll call them problem properties, which we always used to call them, that have charges. I'm looking for the zoning sadness, which is what I want to do things and I can't because of my zoning in other parts of the city. And I'm looking for what a situation would be when we're being asked to extend the hours where somebody has a lot of charges, where MLS, you could say to MLS, is this a place that I should be granting that? And MLS would say, well, this many charges. You can't say yes or no. The counselor still has that right to say, I don't care if there's 50 charges, it's going, or MLS is suggesting that at this point probably should give it a rest for your extension. I always look at my 311s, and if I have noise complaints, that's it. There's no, sorry. But there's a lot of pressure to to have fun and to not be somebody that says no fun till 4 o'clock. But we are also getting pressure from people that are saying that's not much fun for me up till 4 o'clock when they live next door. And I think that's the role of MLS. So that's what I just like to do, is have information on this part of the night economy. I'd like to see more information on the part that you've talked about, Councillor Bravo, and what that discussion has looked like with all of those folks. And then we should keep talking about it. I don't want to sign something or ask staff to sign something before we're crystal clear on what we can do, what we should do, what other tweaks we could have quickly. Thank you. That's my
Thank you.
motion.
I do have a question. Others might as well.
Of me?
Yeah, just the question of the when to what meeting what date you're putting. My question has to do with this. We have a very busy agenda next month, and
July.
I think July would be a great, July 4th meeting of ECDC.
July 4th.
Thank you.
The fireworks day.
Okay. other counselors to speak. I'd like to speak briefly on this to say, to add that I've been in touch, since I'm getting elected, I've been meeting with clerks, I've had very useful and productive meetings with economic development and culture staff, and the question of how we grant these extensions, which is not 100% what the subject of this particular motion was, but it's the rubber hitting the road for many of our wards. I've heard from BIAs. In fact, I just was texted by someone who works for many BIAs, who says that BIAs don't know until after the extensions happen. And essentially, the clerk's office is reviewing how to best approach these questions. There are different police divisions, or even working with different counselors. Police divisions respond differently to the flags that they raise. It's a lot of work and I'll give you an example in my office. We get repeated requests for extensions with letters of support from organizations that may not exist. Yeah. And including with contact names and numbers that are actually not real. So we deny those, and then when a legitimate one comes, we look at it again. But if the business model for these organizations is, through these businesses, has to involve them having half of the year 4 a.m. extensions, then we really should just change the liquor licensing in the city, and not have such a high concentration in certain neighborhoods, and to leave it to the councillor discretion. So with that, on councillor motions, motion to defer to July 4th, ECDC. I was also talking to give clerks the time to.
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We are going to resume at 1:30 p.m. for our final item, 12.3, multi-method study on shelter safety. Members of Economic and Community Development Committee, please come to Committee Room 1. We're going to resume the meeting and ask that on item 12.3, that we have staff get ready to present. Members of the public and members, this item is EC 12.13, multi-method study on shelter safety. We have a presentation followed by deputations and then questions of staff. We'll do our final item last, just with out of respect for the deputants here present. I'll ask that you introduce yourselves when you speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Bravo and members of committee for adding this important item to the agenda of economic community development today. My name is Gord Tanner. I'm the General Manager of Toronto Shelter and Support Services, and I'm joined here by Dr. Nick Kerman, Research Associate with the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, and Joseph Stalteri, Director of Strategic Planning and Initiatives. And we're going to walk you through a short presentation here. I'm going to just give you a short intro, and I'll pass it over to Nick to talk to you about the results of this important study. But just some background, as you'll know, I mean, during the pandemic, the shelter system really experienced significant change due to, moving thousands of people out of the base shelter system, opening many, many new programs, a number of different restrictions in place. And so in addition to that, we've also seen that there's been a variety of issues happening due to other pressures related to the ongoing opioid crisis, the homelessness crisis, growing poverty in the city. And finally, although today's shelter system has grown by about 30% since the pandemic itself, we haven't seen other services grow at the same rate, and those would be services that would be healthcare services to support people experiencing homelessness or in crisis with mental health or substance use issues. Next slide. So in 2021, we reached out to colleagues at the Center for Addiction and Mental Health for support in looking at the issue of safety in the shelter system and contributed some funding to undertake this study. We have a number of initiatives underway already to try and enhance and address and improve safety in the shelter system for both our staff and clients, and I'll touch on a few of those after Nick's presentation. But really the intent for conducting this study was to develop an evidence base and recommendations to support and guide us and our partners to continue improvements in Toronto's shelter system. So with that, let me pass it over to Dr. Nick Kerman, who can walk you through the main components of the study and the recommendations.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I'm delighted to be here today to share some of the high-level findings and recommendations from the shelter safety study, which was a 2-year multi-method study led by CAMH researchers, including myself, Dr. Sean Kidd, and Dr. Vicky Sturgiopoulos, working in collaboration with TCSS. Our overall objective of the research was to better understand the contributing factors to safety, both physical and psychological safety for staff and service users, with a deeper dive into the causes and consequences of service restrictions and shelter-based violence. In the image on the top right, you can see the integration of data sources that we used. That included interviews with people experiencing homelessness, shelter staff, and other key informants. We did a survey of over 150 shelter staff, and we analyzed SMIS data, administrative data from the Shelter Management Information System, covering over a decade period. The funding for this study is noted on the slide, and we have no disclosures as the lead researchers. Next slide, please. This slide shows the high-level trends in shelter-based violence and service restrictions over time. And I want to start with interpersonal violence, which refers to any physical assaults on staff or other service users, verbal abuse of staff or service users, threats of death or harm, and other forms of harassment. As you can see there, it rose about 283% from 2011 to 2021. Now, when we consider these trends, it's important to also consider them in the context of how large is the shelter system, how many individuals are being served there on a regular basis, and that's the dotted black line that you see there. As you can see with violence, the gradual rates in violence over time really were keeping pace with interpersonal violence for a number of years. The size of the shelter system actually accelerated, I think in 2017, 2018, 2019, compared to the rates of interpersonal violence. And then at the tail end, you really see the pandemic effect. The number of service users dropped for a couple years on average, whereas the rates of violence continued to climb. Looking at service restrictions, we see a slightly different trend. So from 2014 to 2021, there was a 33% increase in service restrictions. Most notably, restrictions for assault and property damage were the ones that increased the most. Restrictions for nonviolent causes. This would be things like repeated rule violations, substance contraband possession, and case plan non-engagement. Those decreased over that same period. And as you can see there, the rise in service restrictions really mirrors what you see with regards to the increase in number of service users over the same period. Early in the year, we connected with TCSS, who provided preliminary data for the last 2 years. And that's the dotted gold line there, that you really see a very different trend with service restrictions declining 49% in an unadjusted statistic, whereas the number of service users in the system continued to rise. We also wanted to understand, is there a small group of individuals that account for a large number of incidents and experience restrictions frequently in the shelter system? And sure enough, there are. When we looked at data for 2021, the last year that we had data available, we found that 17 service users had over 500 service restrictions in that year, accounting for about 6.5% of all restrictions that year. Similarly, 24 service users had over 600 critical incidents in that year, accounting for 6.6% of all incidents in the shelter system that year. Of those individuals, 10 individuals were on both lists. So we're talking about a unique group of 31 individuals that likely have diverse unmet support needs and could be a group to prioritize for intervention. Next slide, please. Thank you. We also set out to understand what are some of the key factors in shelter-based violence. And sure enough, with the SMIS data that we had access to, the COVID-19 pandemic yielded a significant increase in virtually every type of critical incident, including almost every indicator of shelter-based violence up until December 31st, 2021, compared to the same period of time before the onset of the pandemic. We also found that shelter crowdedness was associated with increased likelihood of shelter-based violence, as was the winter season compared to the other 3 seasons. In the interviews with stakeholders, we heard about some other key factors to consider as well. That includes hopelessness and frustration associated with homelessness, that some participants talked about worsening given the inequities in our city, in our country, in our communities, and then that hopelessness and frustration interacted with shelter policies that limited privacy, control, and autonomy for service users, increasing the likelihood of potential conflict with staff at times. We also heard about the really important role of staff, both positively in de-escalating situations, in leveraging positive working relationships with service users that could contribute to them feeling safer in the shelter system, but unfortunately it also cut across the other way as well, and that at times poor staff communication and ineffective interventions could actually inflame situations and make things worse. Next slide, please. We also set out to understand what are the consequences of service restriction for service users. In interviews with 29 service users that had been restricted from the shelter system in the past year, we heard about strong emotional reactions, including anger, fear, and abandonment that are captured in a couple of those top quotes there. We also heard about the health and social outcomes associated with restrictions. Most commonly, this was increased substance use, to a lesser extent, suicidality, lost connections to support. And because 28 of the 29 individuals that we interviewed had re-entered the shelter system at the time of the interview, we also asked them what it was like to come back into the shelter system. And a number talked about a greater sense of mistrust with others, both staff and service users, upon re-entering the shelter system. We also set out to understand what happens after service restrictions. Where do people go? And we mapped it out on a timeline with them from the date of the service restriction up until the point of the interview. And what we did find is that 47% experienced unsheltered homelessness for one or more nights immediately following their service restriction. Next slide, please. With regards to the staff perspective, in our survey of over 150 shelter staff, we found that more than 1/3 reported feeling very or somewhat unsafe in the workplace. Women were felt significantly less safe than men. We also looked at differences between 2S LGBT plus staff and non-2S LGBT staff. Because we had a small sample, we aren't able to say that there was a significant difference there, but it was certainly trending in that direction with 2S LGBT plus staff feeling less safe in the workplace. With regards to exposure to critical events and other stressors in the workplace, we found that Black and Indigenous staff reported significantly more exposure to daily verbal abuse involving racism than non-Black and Indigenous staff. And with regards to how staff saw service restrictions, many were supportive. However, in the follow-up interviews, we learned more about some of the challenges and concerns with service restrictions, including the lack of consistency, no mechanism to produce behavior change. And what I mean by that is following restrictions, what is done to ensure or increase the likelihood that what has happened to cause the restriction is not going to happen again. And limited available shelter beds for referral, likely contributing to that unsheltered homelessness statistic in the previous slide. Next slide, please. So in the final report, we make 22 recommendations that cut across 5 domains. I just want to talk about a few of those recommendations here today. Where we really started, and we heard loud and clear from the stakeholders that we talked to, was a need to strengthen mental health and substance use supports for service users, with a focus on crisis intervention and secondary prevention of violence and service restrictions. What I mean by secondary prevention is going back to no mechanism to produce behavioral change following restrictions or violence. How can a team be used to support individuals following incidents or following restrictions, to develop support plans, safety plans, to work with them to increase the likelihood that there aren't recurrent incidents of violence, recurrent restrictions. Recognizing that there's a small group of individuals that are involved in a large number of service restrictions and critical incidents, we're also proposing that a specialized shelter program be developed for higher risk service users of the shelter system. This was something that staff often talked about with regards to, we have some individuals in our shelter that we just feel like we can't support, and unfortunately there's nowhere else in the city that would be better suited or available to support these individuals. We also heard about the need for more supports for shelter staff, including following critical incidents. This includes one-to-one debriefing, paid days off following workplace violence exposure, and expanded access to mental health supports. Consistent with the findings of crowdedness, increasing the risk of violence, we're recommending the prioritization of crowdedness reduction in the context of the shelter system through the development of smaller programs that offer greater privacy, and we feel that's something that can be balanced concurrently with other priorities that the city and TCSS might have, like ensuring that all individuals in need of a bed on any given night can access it. We also make recommendations around reducing service restriction harms and enhancing consistency in decision-making through the use of non-bed loss restrictions and enhanced information sharing with the proper safeguards in place. And then finally, the development of performance indicators on shelter safety that can be used for transparency, but also to understand what are the emergent trends, like what we just saw with service restrictions in the past year, and being able to capture those in almost real time to better understand what's going on, as well as identifying promising practices within shelter organizations across the city that could be scaled up. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much, Nick, for the collaboration and for this important piece of work. I'm just going to finish off with an update on some of the work that's underway right now to address some of these issues, and has been a couple of years in the making. So, first off, let me say that the Toronto Shelter and Support Services is committed to prioritizing and continuously improving the shelter system for both our staff and for service users. And as I mentioned, we've started to take action to address some of these issues. Next slide. First off, improving safety for our staff. So as the service system manager for the city's shelter system, we're in the process of launching, as we speak, a new behavioral risk alert system. The new system will allow providers to share information across programs about people with a history of violent behavior, with the goal of supporting staff in proactive safety planning. And we're working very closely with a number of key partners, including our local QP 79, as well as the Toronto Shelter Network. Internally at the division, we have launched a psychological health and well-being strategy and a small staff team to support that work. Next slide. In terms of improving safety for our clients, in 2023, Toronto Shelter and Support Services released an update to our Toronto Shelter standards and introduced new mandatory standards for confronting anti-Black racism to improve the experiences and remove barriers to services that may exist for Black people accessing our shelter system. We also continue to expand and strengthen the response to the drug toxicity crisis in our shelter system through key partnerships with Toronto Public Health, Parkdale Queen West Community Health Center, the Neighborhood Group, shelter providers, and people with lived experience of homelessness and substance use. These partnerships and initiatives such as the iFair program, the Integrated Prevention and Harm Reduction Initiative, have contributed to a decrease in suspected non-fatal overdoses at shelter locations over the course of the last year. An introduction of the iFair program and the release of our harm reduction 10-point plan directed at each 24-hour shelter program asked them to develop and implement a policy for drug use on site that is non-punitive and safety-oriented. The direction stated that residents should not face consequences or be service restricted solely for drug use. And we've seen a significant reduction in service restrictions based solely on this matter. Next slide. In terms of building sector capacity, starting in the budget year 2023, the city started investing additional funding to support our shelter programs in the community. To date, $14 million additional dollars have been, flowed into the community to address the wage and benefit gap between the community and city operations. And this funding is really part of a 10-year plan to close that gap, retain skilled shelter workers, and support training and service levels. We also continue to work with sector and intergovernmental partners to facilitate additional health, mental health, and harm reduction services across the homelessness service system. This year, almost $18 million has been invested directly in services with contributions both from the city and the province, with additional and unique culturally appropriate health and mental health supports provided for people accessing Indigenous-specific shelter and outreach programs. Next slide. The recommendations of the CAMH study are in alignment with our recently council-approved Homelessness Services Capital Infrastructure Strategy. This strategy serves as the roadmap to build out the base shelter system by up to another 20 new purpose-built and designed shelters, which are smaller, less crowded, and integrated well within communities. And finally, next slide. We will be working on the development of a comprehensive shelter safety action plan, which will aim to further collaborate with our partners, including health partners, including folks who are using our services, and other stakeholders to advance the work that's already underway. And as part of that work, we'll move forward on all of the recommendations that are listed in this report. I'd once again like to thank Nick and the team at the Center for Addiction and Mental Health and all of the participants that fed into this important study for us. And back to you, Chair Bravo.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll ask that you stay because we're now going to deputations and then to questions of staff. The first deputant is Atia Had. Shelter and Housing Justice Network.
Are you unable to stay for the day?
Okay, unfortunately that deputant could not stay for the day. Aime Carnell, QB Local 79. Welcome to committee. Will you be sharing your time?
No.
Okay, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank you also for giving me the opportunity to address the committee today. My name is Amy Carnell, and I'm the Vice President Chief Steward at QP Local 79. We represent over 30,000 City of Toronto, TCHC, and Bridgepoint workers, including staff who work in city shelters. Before being elected at the local, I worked in shelters as a client service worker, working within a team of counselors, nurses, heavy-duty cleaners, and dietary staff. We work with clients to obtain housing, providing supports to access of services, and addressing the primary needs of healthcare. We ensure that clients have the basic essentials such as food, bedding, and health and wellness programs. Our workers are also reacting to the opioid crisis. City of Toronto shelters are primarily staffed by women, especially racialized women. Working in shelters is a true labor of love. I want to start by thanking the committee for reviewing the important study. Safety is one of the top concerns for many of our members, especially workers in our shelter system. Our members report often to the local that they experience physical violence, verbal abuse, race-based violence, and sexual violence, just to name a few. This has a long-lasting effect on our members, resulting in PTSD. An injury to one is an injury to all, and this is an opportunity to change and build to the future. I want to bring to the committee's attention a few things to think about as they receive this study. It is imperative for our workers that regardless of the hours they work, they are protected equally in case of a workplace incident or exposure to anything that would make them unsafe. Currently, the WSIB coverage for part-time workers place the burden of financial responsibilities of our workers until the on our workers until WSIB rules on their favor. Specifically for our full-time workers, pay continues flowing as they apply for WSIB. In the case of our part-time workers, they have to wait until adjudication to receive payment. This leaves them vulnerable, sometimes waiting for weeks or even months until they are paid in an already stressful situation. On a separate note, I'm glad to see recommendations to reduce the crowdedness and prioritize more wraparound services with external partners in our shelters. I do believe that this report is not a full reflection of all reported workplace violence. I believe the numbers are actually higher, and education and support from the City of Toronto is crucial in order for our members to feel supported and empowered to report workplace violence within the shelter system. I would caution the committee, however, that working on incentives to enhance our shelters should not cost our members their jobs through privatization. Workers in our shelters do extremely hard work, and their actions make a difference in the lives of our city's most vulnerable residents. Again, I want to thank the committee for reviewing the study, and I look forward to any items or advocacy to other levels of government that can come out of it.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thanks. I just wondered what you mean by privatization, please. I didn't know we were doing that.
So in the study, it does talk about having smaller shelters. You know, there's purchase of service, so outsourcing these shelters to a private agency, that is where we're concerned, like Fred Victor, Salvation Army. We would like to see the work stay within City of Toronto and our members of Local 79 that can provide that service.
Thank you. They're not really private agencies, are they? They're not for profit. It's not.
Yeah, yeah.
So would you agree with me?
Yeah, I would agree with
that. We're not privatizing, we're outsourcing to other, to local agencies that do the same work. Okay, thank you. And just for the data, have you done any data crunching at Local 79 that would augment this report? Are you planning on that?
So we have our own data pertaining to WSIB and the amount of claims that have gone on that members have reached out to the local to seek assistance. But the City of Toronto would have data in their Quattro report around workplace violence.
But just on some of the incidents and just doing your own, you've not done that. You're relying on this report. You were part of creating this report?
So Local 79 sits on various committees, and we have the data from the city that they have given through the Joint Health and Safety Committees, as well as the Workplace Violence Working Group. There has been data that has been submitted at those committee meetings.
And so this particular report, was that something you were involved in directly, or you're?
So this report, no, but as in the committees, yes.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Wanted to follow up on the comment about privatization. Is your interest in ensuring that the complement of your members working within this division isn't reduced?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't see any more questions. The next deputant is Diana Chan McNally, All Saints Toronto. Welcome to committee, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. The report prepared by CAMH and presented today is an important recognition that issues of safety are an ongoing concern in the city's shelter system that must be addressed. While we can and should implement a safety plan in emergency shelters, it's important for expert perspectives that are neither medicalizing, like CAMH, or politicized or bureaucratic, like the city, be considered in relation to this report and its potential implementation. As stated, there are excellent recommendations that, as a longtime frontline worker, I can fully support. These include developing 24/7 accessible low-barrier walk-in spaces, particularly for stimulant users. So many unhoused people who use stimulants like methamphetamine to stay awake and therefore safe while sleeping rough. Meth also reduces the physical feelings of hunger when there is little or no access to food, often as an inhumane result of service restrictions that cut off meal access. As someone whose expertise is in supporting unsheltered people who use methamphetamine, I absolutely do support better training for staff who work with this demographic, understanding that misinformation and misidentification of behaviors often leads to a high level of service restrictions for this particular group. The most important recommendation in this report is recommendation number 13, the meaningful inclusion of people with lived experience in shaping shelter service delivery. So since 2021, some of you know this, I've advocated for current and former shelter residents to have meaningful input into and oversight over shelter services. A mechanism for this must be created if we are truly committed to ensuring shelter safety for clients specifically, understanding that staff and sector-led decisions, and I say this as a staff person, around safety and service restrictions can cause unintended harm. A caveat to this report is its strong medicalizing lens. While several recommendations emphasize interventions around mental health from a medical perspective or restorative justice practices regarding critical incidents, what's actually missing is that the core of any successful intervention must be predicated on positive and trusting relationships. So working with unhoused people is less about the need for more and more specific training and skill building, and rather on reframing this work as relationship work. It isn't complicated. If there isn't adequate, consistent, and ongoing positive contact between staff and shelter residents, there is no trust to enact interventions. My advice is to de-emphasize the need for layers of pathologizing staff training, which can further the rift between staff and residents and further dehumanize unhoused people as a problem to solve, as opposed to a person to support, and emphasize friendly and supportive interactions and increased staff presence. This is verbatim what shelter residents have said improves their sense of safety in the report before us today. This does require less crowding in shelters and a higher ratio of shelter workers to residents, both of which are recommended in this report, which is fantastic, and with which I fully agree. I do have to apply a critical lens to recommendation 10 in this report, which is to increase information access surrounding critical incidents that have led to a service restriction. While I understand that the intention of the recommendation is to ensure that shelter staff can anticipate potential behaviors, making this information more accessible beyond the issues of potential privacy breach can also lead to bias against people with a history of restrictions, which can in turn negatively influence service provision. So if we proceed with this recommendation, how do we intend to mitigate the potential for increased harmful bias, which would undermine the intended outcome of increased shelter safety? On recommendation 11, i.e. establishing more consistent service restriction processes within and between shelter organizations, who evaluates this consistency? We must seriously consider a third-party independent body to audit shelter providers to ensure that these processes and the shelter standards more broadly have neutral oversight. As well, if a shelter provider is found to be in repeated violation of the shelter standards, issuing service restrictions, how is the city going to hold them accountable? Overall, I fully support the report's recommendations. I think this is a really important report that we're seeing before us today. But my ask is that in considering and implementing any of the recommendations here, that the city recognize that humanizing unhoused people, which is emphasizing supportive, friendly interactions, decrowding shelters to provide more individualized support, and creating mechanisms for shelter oversight by unhoused people are the most important interventions that could be taken to both increase shelter safety for residents as well as staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? I just wanted to ask quickly, when you say oversight, do you mean sort of monitoring of policies, including the voice of current and former shelter residents and their perspective around how plans are developed and how procedures and policies are being applied?
Absolutely. Okay. I think in public services, most service users are given an opportunity to have input into how those services are designed, and it isn't built in as a mechanism right now into how shelters are executed. So having some kind of mechanism, again, I can't say exactly what that looks like, but something in which we're actually gathering meaningful input and having some form of oversight over the kinds of policies we're developing is really imperative. We can say that the shelters are safe, but are they safe if that isn't coming directly from the service users themselves? So I think it's a really important piece. I really support the recommendation that is in this report around that.
Great. And the second question has to do with the what you raised around trust and building trust and relationships, do you believe that that approach of having a more systematized way of hearing that voice would build trust and prevent certain conflicts? Is that what you're saying from your
I do think so. I think, I mean that on kind of the micro level of interactions between staff and residents directly, but absolutely building these kinds of mechanisms that allow people to have that kind of input into shelter services is absolutely a way of building trust with people who are unhoused. We know that trust has been eroded for many years now, and I think it would be a very important step for the city to take now to reach back out and say, you know, these are the services that impact you. What is your opinion of them? How would you like them to be designed? I think it's so important that we do this.
Thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? Are there any other deputants who'd like to speak on this item? No. Now we'll go to questions of staff. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the presentation and the deputations. So my first question is about ensuring decent work for employees of the shelter system. We know that this is such an important priority to ensure that these services work. What additional steps can be taken to ensure that frontline staff are protected and do have access to decent work through addressing working conditions, fair wages, and other measures like that? What is being planned moving forward?
Yes, through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor. Excuse me. So it's a mixed delivery service model that we have in Toronto, made up of both city staff running about a third of the system and nonprofit community partners running about the other 2/3. And there's certainly a gap with respect to wages and benefits between the city and our nonprofit partners. That's been an ongoing issue we've heard from the sector on for some time. So we laid out this 10-year funding strategy to try and level that playing field, if you will, or that gap between wages and benefits that would lead to, we hope, staff retention in these jobs, better skilled workers, and better benefits and working conditions for them.
I guess an additional concern relates to some of what has been shared about the conditions for frontline workers who are Black and Indigenous, and they've shared a disproportionately high level of discrimination and racism. How can this issue be addressed, or how are you looking to address this issue, especially within the unique circumstances of working within the shelter system?
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, thank you for the question. You know, as noted, we have just recently updated the Toronto Shelter Standards with a new component that brings a lens of confronting anti-Black racism into those standards, where we are trying to create a work environment where, comments or harassment of our frontline Black and racialized Indigenous staff is no longer acceptable in those workplaces. So we have mechanisms and a policy with our own staff that serve in those front-facing positions to provide better support when those situations happen, better incident debriefing, and opportunities to engage with individuals who might be participating in that behavior, to time them out from a program and have conversations about how that kind of behavior will no longer be accepted in the workplace.
I guess, I was hoping to hear a little bit more about how the roadmap is being expanded on trauma-informed care, especially in the shelter system. Can you share a little bit more about what has already occurred along these lines and what more we can expect as we move forward and as we kind of look to use the findings of this report?
Yes, through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, I think one of the findings from the CAMH study was that we have a significant and growing number of mandatory training and and courses for our frontline staff to take that we need to reevaluate. It's actually too much, and focus in on those things that are the most important, those de-escalation trainings, equity, focused awareness and understanding, in addition to a trauma-informed approach in the workplace. So that's part of what this will look at, and that needs to happen with our sector partners, of course, across the shelter system, as well as our staff, our local at QP 79. And so that will be part of the roadmap. It's not all drafted at this point, but certainly looking at the training and foundations upon which we're skilling our staff up are some of the most important things we need to look at.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher?
Councillor Moyes.
Oh, I'll go to you.
Councillor Moyes.
Okay, we'll go to you next and then to Councillor Fletcher. Go ahead.
That's good.
Go ahead, Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. Again, thank you to our city staff, ESSS, and also to CAMH for the expertise in putting this together, working with staff. The piece I'm looking at here is that the city is investing $14 million, the province is investing $15 million, and TSSS is investing $48 million. And the piece that, and again, I support the recommendations, all of it, all 22, but the piece that I want to probe a little bit is strengthening mental health and substance use support. And I know that you'll be partnering with Parkdale Queen Public Health, and also to Toronto Public Health will support as well. But who's funding this? Because my concern is that when it comes to health, mental health and substance use, that's a provincial responsibility. Are we now as a city stepping into that realm? And are we going to cover the cost of the service provided by that?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Moyes, the bulk of the $18 million I referred to comes directly from the Ministry of Health. There are portions of funding that the city has provided directly, since the height of the pandemic to address the overdose crisis and bring in some essential harm reduction services into some of our shelter settings, in addition to some intensive mental health case management services. Over time, we've been able to move some of those contracts from city funding over to funding from the province and Ontario Health, and that's certainly a trend that we'd like to see continue. Certainly there is need for more access to primary care, mental health supports, and harm reduction services in the shelter system.
Okay. So the study and the data that, the research that you put together with CAMH shows that Black people, Indigenous people, staff are mainly harmed by people. This is not new. I mean, as far back as I could remember, I have seen it myself firsthand. I've experienced it myself firsthand. And here we are in 2024, and this is before us now. So is this the first time we're seeing this sort of data? Is this a surprise to you?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, you're asking if the data with respect to what our Black racialized staff are feeling in the workplace is a surprise? Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
I mean, no, unfortunately, not a surprise. I mean, we hear directly from our staff about these issues in the workplace, and certainly there's growing, momentum amongst our staff and sector partners to address this issue in real time, because we see the ongoing impact it has, not just in the moment, but over time on some of our frontline workers.
I know we're talking specifically about the shelter and housing staff, but do you not feel that this is a broader issue that maybe we should replicate elsewhere as well, or have we done so?
Yeah, I mean, I'll comment. I'm not sure if Nick would comment on this also, but, you know, in reaching out to the Center for Addiction and Mental Health for support, certainly, you know, hearing back from clinicians saying that, you know, some of these issues of workplace violence have also been seen to be increasing in the healthcare system is something that they've shared. I don't have data here to support that at this point, but certainly this is part of a broader trend, I think, that we would say is happening in the public sphere.
Well, more specifically in other city departments, not only our shelter support services. Like I heard from others, Black staff and Indigenous staff across the city that, you know, they've been harmed and they continue to be harmed. So I'm just saying that I know we focused on shelter supported services, but should we not do citywide audit and perhaps put best practices in place citywide? I know this is probably beyond your scope, but I have to ask anyway.
Through the chair to you, Councillor, certainly that's something we can take back to our colleagues within the city and have that broader conversation.
Period. Okay. Fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions of staff?
Yeah, just, I love data, and I could use more of it here. So you just said 1/3 and 2/3. 1/3 of the shelter, our shelter users are city shelters, and 2/3 are nonprofit. Did I hear that right?
Through the chair, that's about accurate, yes.
And so your computations here, you're showing 9,000 mean daily service users, correct? In chart, you didn't put page numbers here, or is there a page number 5? Is that the number perhaps? Yeah, page 5.
Total number in the shelter system as of last night, about 10,000, but in the range of 9,000 when this study was completed, yes.
So 9,000, so there's an extra 1,000. And so you divide that up, let's use the 9,000. So that's 3,000 city, 6,000 non-city or service providers, right?
That's correct.
Green, Salvation Army, everybody else. And so this covered all users, not just City of Toronto users.
Yes, that's correct. The sample included both city-operated and nonprofit-operated shelters.
So when I'm looking at the interpersonal violence number of 4,000, I'll just call it 4,000. That's for all shelter operators, city and others, right?
That's correct, yes.
So it's really quite the number that you've come up with, and I'd like to see more data. 17 service users had 522 service restrictions, and that out of 9,000 service users. Would I be right?
No, it'd be much higher than that. That's 9,000 daily service users. This would be 17 unique service users that use the shelter system at any point in 2021.
But our aggregate's 9,000.
9,000 on a daily basis.
On a daily basis. So I'm going to assume, can we not assume the 17 were there on a daily basis, or they're different folks? Or obviously they're quite a few times because they had 522 service requests. They weren't there once.
They weren't there once, but it can't be inferred that they were consistently there throughout the year. It can be inferred that they spent multiple days in the shelter system.
Multiple days. So would you agree that those are very high incidents for a small number of people, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. And so do you have a next tranche? I'm always interested in data. These were 17 users with 522. Do you have a next tranche of maybe there were 30 users with 200 incidents? So did you do all of that data to get down to these service users were having difficulties. There was issues that they were having and staff were having with them. Would you agree with that?
Yes, we didn't look beyond that small group.
You didn't look beyond that small amount.
However, that could be explored. The data would be available to do that.
So your data is available. So Because when I see data of this nature, I'm going to say 17 service users, you've identified them, they're identifiable because you know who they are, that need a special assistance. And there's 24 service users that need special assistance. So if we were to take 9,000, 3,000 in ours and 6,000 in the nonprofits, how would you take the data to say there are a certain number of folks who need deeper, more intense assistance compared to folks who are simply going to a shelter at night and perhaps are being upset by some of the service users that are having these kinds of episodes? So I'm just trying to figure out what that looks like, and I can't get a picture here.
Yeah, so it's a great question. We use the shelter management information system to isolate and identify these 17 and 24 individuals, unique group of 31 individuals. And at the same time, we can tell you a little bit more about them. They tend to be younger on average or they tend to skew younger. There tends to be slightly more males in this group. And then that's where that's kind of where I can stop. I can't tell you more about what their support needs look like at this time, but that's really, we think that SMIS offers a really good opportunity to better understand these individuals and to bring together providers in the shelter system that know these individuals well, know that what's going on, have the relationships with these individuals to figure out what are their needs and to really answer the question that you just posed. Do they need supports that they're not unable to access, or are they responding to something in the environment that is distressing or upsetting to them?
We may need another round. I'm not sure how. I think Councillor Moyes had other questions. I guess I'll start by asking how important the finding is that there may be a need for specialized programs, is picking up what some of the other councillors have spoken of, that combine perhaps the supports that do come from healthcare.
Through you, Chair Bravo, is very important, I think, for us in our conversations with Provincial Ministry of Health, Ontario Health, and with our partners, frankly, at CAMH, to understand more about what those specific needs are, how those programs might be created and funded.
And is the partnership with CAMH and doing this study with what all the limitations of resources that are accompany it, does that offer sort of a strategic opportunity to have a voice that is with healthcare expertise and mental health care expertise to be able to make the case for the creation of that kind of suite of programs?
Through you, Chair Bravo, I think it does, yes.
The question around opening up to the user, the people that we're sheltering, either in the past or in the present, and presumably the organizations that are in deep relationship with them or are able to hear that voice as well. Is that something that is, I mean, I know we've talked about it before to General Manager of Toronto Shelter, that there is a need to think about how convening and consultation that isn't sort of this kind of consultation where we have deputations, that is developed meaningfully as we build out the shelter safety study and the capital plan. Is that something that there's openness in the division?
Yes.
Okay, great. And in terms of the question about the approach and the orientation of how do you imagine when you took on the work of commissioning this report and CAMH was able to receive SHRC funding as well to make this viable, what was the intention? What was the purpose? And how do you imagine that the findings and the recommendations can inform the work of this division going forward?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Chair Bravo. I mean, you know, we We undertook this work with CAMH to get a evidence-based and informed understanding of what was happening in our shelter system, both from the data that we collect, but also from the people using the system and our staff. I think we have a number of very important recommendations before us that, you know, once we unpack and look at and work with our partners on, can create a safer, more accessible shelter system and a safer workplace for our workers.
You went exactly what I was going to ask you about, which is the quality. Services we often think about as sort of a passive thing, but services are really people, aren't they? And so as a really important priority coming out of this process, the need to ensure that workers, in addition to people being sheltered, are experiencing conditions of safety, and is that going to be something that's going to be continually monitored as we go forward, especially hearing from our civic workers today?
Through you, Chair Bravo, you know, our staff are our #1 priority. Without our staff, we don't have these services. So creating a safe workplace for them that's supportive of the people we work with is absolutely most important.
There is also the commitment that the city has made to progressively realize the right to housing, and to what degree is the work of Toronto Shelter Services and Supports a part of that, and is there a need, I know there was a debutant that talked about training, is there a need to, as we start to live out that objective, to have some support for staff to understand what does it mean to actually start to progressively realize the right to housing?
Through you, Chair Bravo, yes, I think greater awareness for our staff, frontline, and others on the progressive right to housing and what that means for people experiencing homelessness is an important part of our work going forward.
And my last question has to do with the size. I know there was questions around having smaller shelters, but it seems that pretty clear from the findings of this particular study that having a smaller shelter is more purposely curated for people's needs, may be a way to ensure the safety of both people who are receiving shelter services and for the workers that are delivering them. Is that accurate?
Through you, Chair Bravo, yes, we'd agree with that, and I think that aligns nicely with our capital infrastructure plan, where we'll be designing purposely built shelters that can include a variety of safety features with fewer people.
Thank you. And given that I gave myself an extra 30 seconds, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Moyse, you seem to have run out of time. Would you like another round of questions? Councillor Fletcher?
I'm okay. Thank you.
Just more on the 80. That was our standard previously. Actually, it was 50, and then it was increased to 80 with shelter. I would say probably 2016, 17. Is that not correct?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, that's correct. We work very closely with you on that work, yes.
Yeah, so it's not as if we have a new number. We're going back to a number that we felt worked before the pandemic. Can I put it like that?
That's correct.
And the pandemic put pressures on, which meant that we were having very large sites that you're indicating have been difficult to manage, particularly when there can be difficult folks there that not only staff find difficult, but other shelter users also find it difficult, do they not?
At times, that's correct.
So I just want to establish that baseline 80, we're not picking it from the air, that was our established best practice. And actually 80 had gone up from, what was the number before 80, 50?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, I'd say we had a range when we did that work. Between 60 and 80 is what we sort of had zeroed in on. Between 60 and 80 is optimum for a shelter. And then you did this, I forget when you were doing this research for quite a while now to determine some of these stats. I'm still on page 5, as you probably can guess. Yes? I'll pass it to Nick here, just in terms of the range of when this data was collected. Is that the question?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to get to, there's 17 service users and 24 service users. So you've identified that, you've put that in the report. CAMH says they'll help, but what are the immediate, and how much will CAMH help? Because obviously, this level of disruption are people that really really need some help. And city shelter staff are not in a position to do that. So that is CAMH's job. So I'm quite interested. They've helped identify these folks. What's their plan for those who've been identified? It's a very, very small number within like 17 out of 9,000, 24 out of 9,000. That there should be an immediate plan, or with CAMH, or they should have an immediate plan for folks suffering this level of disruption and pain.
So through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, I think we've established here with CAMH that they are going to be partners in this work going forward. And so we will need to rely on our health partners to understand just what the depth and type of support that may be needed in some of these individual cases. I agree that there could be some work more immediately to find a better support plan for some of these individuals.
I'll speak about it, but it does seem very odd to me to have identified these individuals with critical issues, mental health issues, and CAMH is just going to become our partner later. I think that has there been any discussion that they will take a stronger position or lead on these 41 people that they have now identified with you that have critical issues in our system?
Yeah, through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, I'd say that those conversations continue. We are bringing the report here. It's freshly off the printer, if you will, and some of these conversations need to be focused and outcome focused going forward in terms of how we can leverage our healthcare partners, including CAMH, to support some of the folks that are in the system with these challenges.
Thank you. And the other thing is just in your work, and I'm not sure who might do this in the city, but do you think it might be helpful, since you've gone from 9,000 to 10,000, that's quite a large increase, over 10%, that some of the reasons why this is happening, could rents be one of the reasons? And I'm not asking you, I think somebody somewhere in the city needs to be tracking that people can't afford to stay in their apartments. So is that tracked somewhere? I guess I'll ask you, Deputy City Manager, who tracks that? Which division, how, why, what, where, when?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. Gord and his team work very closely with the Housing Secretariat and their team and others on all of these particular issues. That precise data, we can have a look at what exactly is tracked currently, but there's no question that Gord's team works very closely with the EPIC group, group in the Housing Secretariat to look at evictions, people losing their homes and ending up in the shelter system, and how to prevent that.
Yeah, but who's responsible for that data collection in the City of Toronto?
I believe that would be the Housing Secretariat.
For number of evictions, number of folks that are simply giving up their apartments, raises in rent, Aggies, all of that. You think that's the Housing Secretariat?
I believe that would sit there, and then of course they would work closely with Gord's team. As people enter the house or the shelter system, then there would be more data collected there also. So it would be a combination for sure.
Yeah, just my last question, is there data collection with people coming in that what happened? Did they come from a rent eviction? Did they come from can't pay the rent? Did they get kicked off a couch? Have they been, what kind of data collection do you undertake with users?
Yeah, through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, that question is asked upon intake to the shelter system, so we would have data that would reflect, the reason for homelessness from individuals who enter the shelter system, and can provide that to you.
Do you have that? Could we not have that as a report? I'm going to ask the chair for that later from Housing Secretariat and that internal intake. Let's just see what the trend is, particularly in the last increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moise, and then I'll comment on Councillor Fletcher's comment. Go ahead, Councillor Moise.
So the report states that recommending smaller shelters. So when we're looking for smaller shelters, is that still a delegated responsibility for staff looking for spaces for that to happen? And are we looking at spaces across the city or just in the downtown core?
Through the chair.
And also too,
through the chair to you, Councillor, you know, we will be looking for new shelter locations across the city, not solely in the downtown core as part of our capital infrastructure plan. And we are aiming to make sure that those shelters have a bed capacity in and around the range of 80 people.
Okay. And I know we're partnering with Parkdale Queen Public Health and Toronto Public Health and of course CAMH. But if we're going to be looking to provide services across the city, are we also looking to partner with other healthcare agencies as well? Because I wouldn't expect Parkdale Queen Public Health to actually go all the way to Scarborough to partner somebody there. Was that the intention?
Yes, great question. Through the chair to you, Councillor. You know, our key healthcare partner in the shelter system is called the Inner City Health Associates. It's a group of physician-led organization that connects and provides services actually at all of our shelters across all corners of the city. And more locally, certainly there are connections with local community health centers and hospitals, depending on where those services are located.
Okay, thank you. My question.
Thank you. So just to pick up on the question of getting a complete picture about the scale of homelessness in our city is really an kind of interdisciplinary, intergovernmental question, I believe, given that I'm not sure that there's any one department that's charged with tracking that. There's sort of landlord, tenant board, some of it's provincial. So there is, however, a need, I think, to get and I'm asking this, there will be a question at the end, that is there a growing need to really understand at what rate people who are presently in Toronto are becoming homeless, and for what reasons? I don't think that would be the work of this division, but do you agree that we're potentially seeing something that's never been seen before in terms of the scale of the challenge?
Through you, Chair Bravo, and certainly we've never sheltered this many people in the city of Toronto. There has never been this number of people experiencing homelessness in the city. I think it's important to look at where we can gather data to understand what we would be looking at currently and what the future may hold. I'd say another important aspect to this data gathering is a point-in-time survey will launch again this fall called the Street Needs Assessment, a point-in-time survey with everyone experiencing homelessness in the city to understand what their needs are around housing. And so, you know, gathering all of these different inputs together, again, as the Deputy City Manager noted with our colleagues at the Housing Secretariat, is an important piece of work.
But when you say point in time, because of the nature of the fluidity of the experiences and people coming in and out of situations, that you get a snapshot. It's not a definitive number that carries over month to month. Would that be correct?
That's correct. Just a point in time. It's another avenue of gathering information that will hopefully capture all of the voices on that one night of people experiencing homelessness in the city.
And just like this shelter safety study, in fact, it's a snapshot in a time frame from February 2022 to mid-2023. But what it tells us is, it gives us indicators. It gives us some information about the nature of the problem and some clues about how to respond. Is that right? But it wasn't intended to be a kind of a census of the population.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of staff? Let's go to speakers.
Happy to speak.
Sir Fletcher?
Thank you. Thank you for this report. It really starts opening a door and looking at the needs of those who use our shelters in the city and those who are working in our shelters in the city and many, many, many of the challenges. I really want to focus on the data and some of the questions that were asked here and some of the approaches. So I just want to comment that when we talk about in our shelters that we have two roles for SSHA or TSSS, whatever. I'm never clear on any new names, but one is an operator of 1/3 of the beds, and I believe the other is the service manager, correct? So there's two hats that we're wearing. And in housing, which our department that is the service manager, the city isn't directly running any housing. TCHC does housing, which of course we own, and but we don't operate it directly. The other one that we have that's very close to the shelter system is childcare, where we are the service manager for childcare, but we also have directly operated childcare centers. So I want to be really clear on, and I'd like our staff to be really clear on the us versus them, the role of the service manager versus the role of the operator, because they're two very distinct roles. The service manager has a different role, and that's to oversee all of the shelter beds, all of the shelter operators, including the city sites, but not exclusively the city sites. And within this, I think it's time to be really clear with the data. And part of that data is, especially these days, when I've gone over my notes from being on this committee a while ago, I think we were at 7,000 beds in the shelter system, then 8, then 9, and now 10. So not to have a really crisp understanding of where everybody came from, to me, is an issue for the city, for the service manager, not for those who are doing the bed operations. Just reminding everybody that our system now is shelters, used to be service manager for shelters, the service manager for housing were all collapsed in SSHA. Now we have housing secretariat, we have our division here with shelters, but there is information that needs to be shared. I would think that would not be too difficult, Chair, to actually have a quick peek into what that looks like as a trend, particularly over the last while. I also don't think it's too difficult to take those as the and I'm not sure where those incidents took place. They're probably as the service manager hat when we're looking at the 17 and the 24. Those, I didn't clarify that, but I think they're across the whole system, not just in our directly operated. And what's the plan? I'm not apologizing for that. I expect that there's a plan already. We've identified 41 people. Where's the plan? Who's doing what? What's the overarching plan in all these places? So that would come next. And then what's the next tranche? Are there 16 people that had 400 encounters? I don't know, because now you're looking at the difference between people that have very complex needs and people that need a bed for a night. And I'll give you the example of Bridgepoint Hospital, which I had the pleasure of working on the rebuilding. That is for complex care. You have to have a lot of different things going on for you in order to have a bed there, compared to going up the street to Michael Guerin and having something, being dealt with there, and not a complex situation. So the difference between users with highly complex needs and the numbers, and the number and the shelter users that are simply have been cast out in some way from their world and need a place to live or can't find a place to live, I think that's an important bit of information. And I'd like to make sure, Chair, that we have that as quickly as possible, because it should be at our fingertips, or we should be able to extrapolate without spending 2 years studying it. I'm not interested in years and years of study. I think we have a lot of sources, and we can determine that fairly quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll speak. I have a motion. And that's to request the General Manager of Toronto Shelter and Support Services to report back to Economic and Community Development Committee by the fourth quarter of 2024 on the development of a shelter safety action plan that responds to the CAMH Shelter Safety Report recommendations and is developed in consultation with people with lived experience and the Housing Rights Advisory Committee. We've discussed this motion with staff, and I want to say that, first of all, that this is really important work, and that it was brave to undertake it, to examine what is happening within our shelter system during very challenging times. Post-pandemic, and in light of what's happening across this country as a crisis of lack of affordable housing. It took a long time to get to this place. In the mid-1990s, when the federal government got out of investing in affordable housing, many voices were raised saying this is going to lead to the commodification of housing, or the hyper-financialization of housing. It'll be unaffordable, and that's exactly what's happened. We're also suffering from a lack of housing that's not just affordable, but that has the supports to meet the range of needs of people in our city. And I think it's important to know what healthcare experts have repeatedly told us, which is that, and frontline workers and people who themselves are unhoused, is that living without a home is enough to make you sick. And I certainly know that if I was in those conditions, I would be very unwell, and that includes the body and the mind and the spirit. The need to have housing with a range of supports also brings to mind all of the gaps that have been created over time, including the lack of transitional housing, the spaces that link shelter to a permanent home, which is a challenge. Once you've lived for a long time without a home, it's a very big challenge to come into a home. And if you have a lot of needs, it's a very big challenge to live with the rules that come with those needs. And I think that what we're talking about here is meeting people where they are and providing them what they need. That takes a lot of resources, and it takes a lot more than just the Toronto Shelter and Support Services Division. So I do want to say that there is an enormous gap, not just for unhoused population, but for the general population, because our mental health challenges face everyone. The mental health crisis is tremendous among children, for example, children and youth. But in this particular case, it's compounded by poverty and a lack of a home. And I think that the relationship with healthcare providers and people who have the experience themselves of having lived in a shelter is a very powerful coalition of voices that can work within and across governments. Getting the data is important, and I want to agree with Councillor Fletcher on that. What is the picture of what's actually coming and hitting us? It's, I think, much greater than many of us understand. And I want to say that there's a pressure that comes on people from the moment that you fear you're going to be evicted till you get that eviction notice. Now you're on a couch. Now you're on the street. Just fearing that you're going to lose your home is enough to make someone ill. And what we're dealing with here is huge, and at the same time, we have a tremendous responsibility not only to the person who needs additional supports, but the people that are also occupying those same spaces and the workers who care for them. So the workforce elements are really crucial here. This is by no means the only sector where wages are low, where work is difficult and challenging, where there's the unionized public service has a higher standard, which we want to keep. but in the not-for-profit sector, standard is lower, wages are lower, and so it's very difficult to keep people working in this field. It's the same thing with childcare. It's the same thing with personal support workers. What we need is an approach with a workforce strategy that comes from the provincial level. So this is a really big piece that we have to think about as well. Who is going to work in these spaces? And if they're not safe and they're not well paid, we're also there's damage that's being inflicted on workers as well. These are not small problems to take on, but I think that the orientation of building partnerships, being open, being transparent, following where the data leads us, and certainly the fact that we've heard from the general manager of the division that the insights that have been gained from this study will help inform both the development of a shelter safety action plan and also how crucial that is for the rolling out of sort of a historic capital investment that's being made by the City of Toronto in new and purpose-built and acquired shelters that are right-sized to meet the people's needs. So I want to thank staff for all the work, and I want to thank CAMH for this partnership, for bringing really important information to us. To speak, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. And I just want to echo what my colleagues have already shared. This report provides us an incredible amount of data and a snapshot, a picture of what we're looking at when it comes to our shelter system. And it also provides that opening and that opportunity for us to be working collectively to address these issues with the urgency, the immediacy, the collaboration, and the thoughtfulness that they deserve. Because we know that staff, everyone who works in our system, should be safe going to work and returning from it every single day, that our friends and neighbors should be able to be safe in places where they're seeking indoor space for a night or for longer. We know that that is the commitment and the vision that we have to work towards when it comes to addressing the crisis of homelessness and housing in this city. And I'm really happy to see this motion coming forward, because this is about the steps that we are actually going to be taking to address what this report has lifted up and showed us, as we heard here, not necessarily surprises in terms of the data and the story that it's telling, but again, an opportunity for us to answer the question what we're going to do about it. And this upcoming shelter and safety action plan must, at the center of it, prioritize the 22 recommendations that are outlined in this report, take the steps necessary to protect staff, residents, and neighbors in our communities. And I'm looking forward to that work that we do together to implement that plan and take these recommendations on with the seriousness that they deserve. I also want to echo the gratitude that has been raised by my colleagues here as well, to the General Manager of Toronto Shelter and Support Services, to CAMH, to everyone in the division who has been a part of this, to advocates and activists and people who have experience in the shelter system that we continue to call on through engagements like this and as we move forward. And most importantly, to all of the frontline workers who are making our system actually function every single day, and who lent their voices and their time, their energy and their care and commitment to ensuring that we had a report that we can continue to work from. So my commitment and what I'm looking forward to seeing as we move forward is to put these recommendations into action and to ensure that our shelter system is an example of what a safe, collaborative, and welcoming service is in our city.
Any other speakers? No. No, okay. So on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item as a, no, that's, so that is the conclusion of that item. Thank you, everyone. And we're going now to our final item. Item 12.2, Toronto Francophone Affairs Advisory Committee, request for presentation from the French Language Services Commissioner. That was held by Councillor Fletcher for questions of staff.
And I'm not sure who can answer them, but I'm going to just publicly say what they are. There is a French languages commissioner, and I believe it's an Ontario position. Who can answer that? I guess the deputy.
Well, I can start, and we have the city manager's office here who can,
good.
who can augment. So
Yeah, that's a provincial position.
Correct.
That's all I want to know. And it is a commissioner position at the province, correct?
John.
Who's here from city manager?
John.
Behind me?
Through the chair, hi, Councillor. So there's 6 independent officers in the Legislative Assembly, and the French Language Commissioner is under the authority of the Ombudsman.
Under the authority of the ombudsman.
That's correct, yeah.
So how does that person come to make a presentation to our committee when they're not the ombudsman?
So we'd have to get back to you, Councillor. Just through the chair, we'd need to come back in terms of the authority as to whether or not they'd be able to come and speak to a committee or councillor. So that's something we can come back to you on, Councillor.
Oh, it's a request. So you don't know if they have an independent authority? Do they report independently to the legislature? How do they report through?
So that would be something we'd need to take back. I know that there's been some changes in terms of reporting.
Hard to hear you, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Apologies. So through the chair, we'd have to take that back just to understand there's different reporting mechanisms that each of the independent officers would need to go back to the legislator to report on. So we just need to better understand exactly the requirements under that position specifically, and can come back to you on that, Councillor.
So there's an auditor general.
That's right.
There's an integrity commissioner. There is a ombudsman. As far as I know, there's no lobbyist registry.
So there's
A lot there, and there's no registry of any kind, as I understand it. So there's 3, and then there's 3 other officers, including the French language commissioner, that's under the ombudsman.
So there's through the chair, there's the Auditor General, there's the Elections Ontario official, there's the Financial Accountability Office, there's the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Ontario, the Office of the Integrity Commissioner, and the Office of the Ombudsman.
And then, so this isn't one of those, this is a reporting through the ombudsman.
So through the chair, the French Language Service Commissioner is under the Office of the Ombudsman, but we'd need to come back, Councillor, on that in terms of further information specifically about the authorities underneath that.
Oh yes, I'm very interested in that. I'll speak.
Any other speakers on this item? I'll just speak briefly to explain why this is before us. As chair of the Francophone Affairs Advisory Committee, many of the demands, questions, appeals for action that come from the Francophone community really have to do with French language services. When the when the provincial government downloaded social services along with other important services like housing onto municipalities, it did not see fit to provide funding to continue to provide those services in French. So Francophone Ontarians lost a great deal during that service download. There was a historic and foundational obligation in the rest of Canada to provide those services depending on the province, but that was historically what happened in Ontario. Now, Francophone communities would like to have services in French and have this level of government very accessible and are making those requests, where we continually run into the challenge of the lack of federal support and a lack of provincial support, everything from translation to interpretation and the workforce that's needed. The Francophone Affairs Committee is staffed with economic development and culture staff who volunteer to bring their bilingualism, and the clerk who volunteers so that we can run the meetings in French and we provide interpretation. So this was really an effort to have a briefing where we allow not just the committee members, but also members of the broader community to understand the limitations of what a municipality can do and where the advocacy needs to be directed, so that we move ahead with our work plan for this Francophone Affairs Committee with a full understanding of the limited scope with respect to the provision of services. So that is why we wanted to hear from that office at the provincial level. And so with that, I'd like to move this item.
Oh, I did send a motion to the clerk, but I think I need to change it to report, so directly to council, be report back to this committee, ECDC. Did you get it? I posted it on CMP.
Okay, so the clerk has just received that. Is there any other councillor who wishes to speak on this item? We're just gonna have to hold while the clerk reviews the motion.
Thank you. Pardon? I know, it's constantly on. Pardon me? Sure. Thank you for your indulgence. I just want to know how that commissioner reports. Might as well just start. So my motion will read that we get a report here on how that commissioner, what the pathway to report is. And I'm not sure, we'll find out if that person can present on their own or if the ombudsman has to present on their behalf. But it's a very good request from Councillor Bravo to understand how that would work. And we'll either hear that that person can come or they can't come on their own. Why I think this is an interesting issue is they are called a French Language Services Commissioner and sitting under the Ombudsman. We had a request for a housing commissioner, right to housing commissioner in the city, and that person couldn't be a commissioner. They're a deputy ombudsman. But technically, it looks like under provincial law, they could be a commissioner. We could still have the original position of housing commissioner. Why I'm interested in how this person can reports that's under the ombudsman's jurisdiction provincially is maybe they have the ability to send separate reports. Maybe they can come and speak to people. Maybe they can meet with the community, that they would have some kind of, I don't want to call it independent because they're not completely independent, but they will have a pathway that they can meet and get information and make presentations. Currently, our housing commissioner, because we elected not to have one standalone housing commissioner, this person is under the ombudsman as a deputy, but does not have the ability to speak directly to committee, to speak directly to council. They don't have their own authority in a position that we had asked for. So I really want the answer here, and I want to thank you, Councillor Bravo, for having put this on the agenda, because I think at some point I'm going to find out, and we're going to find out, based on this being nested in the provincial ombudsman, what does our commissioner look like nested in our ombudsman's office, and indeed, maybe the name should be changed to the housing commissioner, because that is exactly the role that was anticipated that got changed. So everybody should just fasten their seatbelts, because I've got this bit in my teeth now.
With that, thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? On any other any other counselors to speak on this item? On the motion by Councillor Fletcher? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The item as amended, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And that is the last item on our agenda. Thank you very much for tuning in and for all the staff and members who remain for quorum.